before there were gondolas gliding beneath stone bridges, before the golden mosaics of St. Mark's Basilica, before masked aristocrats, merchant princes, enormous fleets and palaces shimmering along the Grand Canal, there was mud. Mud, water, reeds, salt marshes, and a scattering of low islands barely rising above a shallow lagoon. If you had stood on the northeastern coast of Italy 1500 years ago, and somebody had pointed across that watery landscape and confidently announced that one day out there would stand one of the richest and most powerful cities in Europe, you might reasonably have suggested that they lie down somewhere cool. There was almost nothing about the Venetian Lagoon that seemed suitable for the construction of a great city. There was little solid ground. Fresh water was difficult to obtain. The tides constantly rearranged channels and sandbanks. Mosquitoes enjoyed the area considerably more than humans did. Building anything substantial required ingenuity, patience, and an apparently personal grudge against sensible urban planning. And yet, this difficult landscape would become Venice's greatest protection. The story of Venice begins not with people conquering nature, but with people discovering that a place nobody particularly wanted could become extraordinarily valuable if they learned how to live there. The lagoon itself had existed for thousands of years, created where rivers flowing from the Alps and northern Italian plains met the Adriatic Sea. Sediment accumulated along the coastline, while tides and currents shaped long sandy barriers enclosing shallow stretches of water. Between sea and mainland grew an unstable world of islands, mudflats, channels and marshes. People certainly knew this landscape long before Venice existed. On the nearby mainland stood prosperous Roman towns, including Altinum, Patavium, which we now call Padua, and the magnificent city of Aquileia, farther northeast. Archaeological evidence shows that the lagoon was used in Roman times for fishing, transport, salt production, and other economic activity. So, Venice did not suddenly appear one Tuesday when frightened Romans rode into the marshes and accidentally invented gondolas. Its birth was gradual. Venetian tradition later preferred something rather more precise. According to a famous story, Venice was founded at noon on the 25th of March in the year 421, when the first stone of a church dedicated to St. James was supposedly laid on the island of Rialto. It is a wonderfully Venetian foundation story. Exact date, exact time, religious significance, excellent branding. Unfortunately, history is rarely that cooperative. There is no convincing contemporary evidence that Venice was formally founded on that day. The real beginnings were messier and much more interesting. During the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was collapsing. Its borders weakened, political authority fractured, armies competed for power, and groups that Roman writers collectively described as barbarians crossed into imperial territory. Northern Italy suffered repeated invasions and warfare. In 452, the forces of Attila the Hun swept through the region, famously destroying Aquileia. Other cities were attacked or threatened. Some inhabitants sought safety closer to the coast and within the lagoon. But even Attila did not create Venice in one dramatic rush of refugees. The movement happened in waves. The truly important transformation came during the 6th century. In 568, the Lombards invaded northern Italy and established control across much of the region. The remaining territories of the Eastern Roman or Byzantine Empire became increasingly concentrated around coastal areas. more mainland inhabitants moved toward places such as Grado, Torcello, Jesolo, Malamocco, and the islands scattered across the lagoon. UNESCO describes this gradual process rather neatly. Communities seeking refuge from raids settled on sandy lagoon islands, and what began as temporary refuge slowly became permanent habitation. Those communities of farmers and fishermen would eventually create a maritime power. Imagine the decision these families faced. Behind them were fertile fields, roads, towns, and houses built on reassuringly solid earth. Ahead lay wet islands where the ground shifted beneath your feet. But the marshes offered something stone walls sometimes could not. Distance. An invading army could march efficiently along a Roman road. It could surround a town, batter down a gate, and seize fields. A lagoon was another matter. Its channels were shallow, winding, and constantly changing. Large unfamiliar vessels could run aground. Horses were remarkably ineffective naval equipment. Heavy armies required boats, local knowledge, and considerable patience. The people who lived among those channels knew where the water was deep enough to sail and where apparently open water concealed mud banks. To an outsider, the lagoon was confusing. To the people who learned its secrets, it was a fortress without walls. And slowly, necessity created a distinctive society. The early lagoon communities fished. They gathered and traded salt. They transported goods between the mainland and the sea. They built boats because boats were not optional. They became comfortable moving through water in a way that many mainland communities were not. Salt was particularly important. It is difficult to become excited about salt in a modern kitchen. It sits quietly in a little container beside the pepper and rarely demands political influence. In the early Middle Ages, however, salt was enormously valuable. Without refrigeration, preserving food was a constant problem. Salt allowed meat and fish to be stored and transported. It was necessary for diets, agriculture, and numerous crafts. Coastal communities that could produce and trade it possessed something everyone needed. And the lagoon provided it. Venetians harvested salt from shallow pools where seawater evaporated, and it became one of the foundations of early commerce. Alongside salt went fish, especially preserved fish, and increasingly other goods moving along rivers and coastal routes. The geography that had driven people away from conventional agriculture was quietly pushing them toward trade. If your home is surrounded by water, learning to sell things by boat becomes quite useful. Politically, these early settlements remained connected to the Eastern Roman Empire. After the fall of the Western Empire in the 5th century, the emperor in Constantinople still considered Italy part of the Roman world. Emperor Justinian reconquered large portions of the peninsula during the 6th century, although holding them proved considerably harder than taking them. Byzantine possessions in Italy were eventually organized around the Exarchate of Ravenna. The lagoon communities belonged, at least officially, within this Byzantine sphere. And that relationship would leave permanent fingerprints on Venice. Centuries later, when visitors walked into St. Mark's Basilica and looked upward at golden mosaics and domes that seemed more Constantinopolitan than Italian, they were seeing echoes of a connection established when Venice was still young. Venice would never become simply Byzantine, nor would it immediately become independent. Instead, it learned a habit that would later make Venetian diplomacy legendary: remain useful to powerful neighbours, acknowledge authority when convenient, preserve as much freedom as possible, and above all, keep trading. As Byzantine control weakened in northern Italy, local leaders naturally gained greater responsibility. Early settlements were governed by officials traditionally known as tribunes. Over time, however, a more powerful figure emerged: the dux, meaning leader or duke. In Venetian, that title would become doge. The doge would eventually become one of the most famous political offices in European history. For nearly 1,000 years, a succession of men in spectacular robes and increasingly peculiar hats would serve as the ceremonial heads of Venice. But the identity of the very first doge is wonderfully uncertain. Later Venetian tradition claimed that around the year 697, the lagoon communities elected Paolo Lucio Anafesto, or Paoluccio Anafesto, as their first doge. For centuries, his name comfortably occupied the first position on lists of Venetian rulers. Modern historians, however, have become rather less comfortable. There is no contemporary evidence clearly proving that Paoluccio was a Venetian doge, and some scholars have questioned whether the man described by later chronicles existed in the form those chronicles claimed. Treccani goes so far as to describe him as a traditional figure who may never have existed, while later analysis has proposed several possible identities behind the story, which is almost charmingly appropriate. Venice begins emerging from mist, and even its first ruler refuses to stand completely still for historians. What matters more than one disputed name is the political change behind the tradition. By the 8th century, the lagoon settlements were increasingly behaving as a community with interests of their own. They were still influenced by Constantinople, but Constantinople was very far away. The Adriatic was much closer. So were the Lombards. So were the Franks. And Venice was beginning to understand that being positioned between competing powers could be dangerous, but also extremely profitable. The 8th century brought dramatic changes. In 751, the Lombards finally captured Ravenna, effectively ending the Byzantine exarchate there. Byzantine power on the Italian mainland was collapsing. Then another enormous political force arrived from the north: the Franks. Under Charlemagne, the Frankish kingdom expanded dramatically. In 774, Charlemagne conquered the Lombard kingdom. In the year 800, Pope Leo III crowned him emperor in Rome. Suddenly, the lagoon sat between two imperial worlds. To the west stood Charlemagne's growing empire. To the east stood the Byzantine Empire, centered on Constantinople. Venice belonged culturally and historically to the Byzantine sphere, while trading constantly with the western mainland. This could have crushed a weaker community, but Venice learned to balance. The tension became especially dangerous in the early 9th century. Frankish forces under Charlemagne's son Pepin attempted to bring the Venetian Lagoon under their control. The details of the campaign became embellished by later Venetian storytelling, but the basic political struggle was real. Settlements closer to the mainland were vulnerable, and the confrontation helped shift the centre of Venetian power deeper into the lagoon. Around 810 or 811, the government moved from Malamocco toward the group of islands known as Rivolto. Rivolto means something like high bank. Over time, the name became Rialto. And here, at last, the geographic centre of the Venice we recognise today began to emerge. The move mattered enormously. Rialto stood more securely within the lagoon, protected from attack yet connected to important waterways. Under Doge Agnello Participazio, the new political centre began taking shape. Residences, churches, warehouses and defensive buildings appeared. Channels separated communities but also connected them. Wooden bridges crossed narrower waterways. Boats moved through a growing settlement that was still rough, still vulnerable, still far removed from the marble fantasy of later centuries. Peace between the Frankish and Byzantine empires eventually recognized Venice as remaining under nominal Byzantine authority while allowing it considerable room to operate and trade. A settlement in 810 placed Venice within Byzantine control while preserving access to Western commerce. That vague position suited the Venetians rather well. They belonged to an empire without being tightly controlled by it. They traded with the West without belonging to the West. They were developing something that would become central to Venetian identity, an ability to exist between worlds. East and West, Christian and Muslim trading spheres, land and sea, empire and independence. Venice was never completely one thing. Perhaps that is why it became so good at selling things to everybody. Then, in the year 828, something arrived in Venice that would give the developing city not merely wealth or political importance, but a legend. Two Venetian merchants, traditionally named Buono da Malamocco and Rustico da Torcello, were in Alexandria, in Egypt. Alexandria was one of the great cities of the Mediterranean world, and according to Christian tradition, the resting place of Saint Mark the Evangelist. The Venetians wanted him. Now wanted may be putting this rather politely. Medieval cities competed fiercely for holy relics. Possessing the body of an important saint brought a religious prestige, pilgrims, political legitimacy, and conveniently, visitors who required food and accommodation. Saint Mark was an extraordinary prize. According to the traditional Venetian account, the merchants learned that the Christian sanctuary containing Mark's remains was threatened. They persuaded its guardians to allow the relics to be taken to Venice. Then came the delicate matter of getting a stolen or heroically rescued, depending entirely upon which Venetian you asked, saint through customs. The body was hidden inside baskets, beneath layers of pork. Muslim inspectors, for whom pork was religiously forbidden, supposedly recoiled when told what the baskets contained and declined to examine them too closely. It is such a suspiciously perfect story that one almost expects a medieval Venetian merchant to turn toward the audience and wink. Yet this became the official legend represented for centuries in Venetian art. The Basilica of St. Mark itself records the transfer of the relics from Alexandria in 828 and preserves the traditional story of their concealment beneath pork. On the 31st of January, 828, the relics reached Venice and were received by Doge Giustiniano Participatio. Venice had acquired its saint. Before Mark, the lagoon's principal patron had been St. Theodore. St. Theodore was perfectly respectable, but St. Mark was an evangelist, one of the four men traditionally associated with writing the canonical Gospels, and that was a considerable promotion. Soon, Venice began constructing a church beside the Doge's residence to house the relics. The first basilica of St. Mark was consecrated in 832. The magnificent building visitors see today would come much later, after fires, rebuilding, and centuries of decoration, but the connection between Mark and Venice had already begun. And with the saint came his symbol, the winged lion. Eventually, the Lion of St. Mark would appear everywhere Venetian power travelled, carved into stone fortresses, painted on banners, stamped onto official documents, and standing above harbours hundreds of kilometres from the lagoon. Sometimes the lion held an open book bearing words of peace. Sometimes, particularly in later artistic tradition, the book was closed and a sword appeared nearby. Either way, the message became unmistakable. Where the lion stood, Venice had been. But St. Mark offered something even deeper than prestige. He helped give the young city an identity independent of its neighbours. Venice was no longer merely a collection of communities descended from mainland refugees. It had its own patron, its own political centre, its own developing institutions, its own story. And stories mattered. The Venetians became extraordinarily talented at telling theirs. They developed legends suggesting that St. Mark had visited the lagoon centuries earlier, and that an angel had foretold that his body would one day rest there. In other words, Venice had not stolen St. Mark at all. St. Mark had merely taken the scenic route home. Very convenient. By the 9th and 10th centuries, the settlement around Rialto continued expanding. People learned to build on difficult ground using wooden piles driven into layers of soft sediment until structures could be supported above them. Foundations were constructed over these piles, allowing increasingly substantial buildings to rise where nature had provided almost no proper building land. The city grew island by island. Canals were not obstacles around which Venice developed. They were its streets. Boats carried people, food, stone, timber, and merchandise. Goods arrived from the Italian mainland and travelled outward across the Adriatic. Venetian ships sailed increasingly far from home. Relations with Constantinople remained especially important. Venetian merchants were becoming familiar figures in Byzantine territories, and in the centuries ahead, imperial trading privileges would give them enormous advantages. The Metropolitan Museum notes that Venice's early political connection with Byzantium developed into commercial privileges that later helped Venetian merchants outperform many Western rivals. But even before those great privileges arrived, the direction was clear. The people of the lagoon were becoming sailors. The sailors were becoming merchants. The merchants were becoming politicians. And the politicians were beginning to realize that Venice's apparent weakness was actually its greatest strength. The city had little farmland, so it could not depend primarily upon farming. It lacked vast natural resources, so it had to obtain them elsewhere. It sat awkwardly between powerful states, so it learned diplomacy. It was surrounded by water, so it mastered ships. It had been created partly because mainland politics were dangerous, so its people became deeply suspicious of allowing any outside ruler, or eventually any single Venetian family, to control them completely. Almost every limitation of the lagoon pushed Venice toward the system that would later make it powerful. Then came the year 1000. By now, Venice was no longer simply defending its waters. Under Doge Pietro II, Orseolo, Venetian naval forces campaigned along the eastern Adriatic against pirates who had threatened shipping and coastal communities. The expedition strengthened Venetian influence along the Dalmatian coast and helped establish the idea that the Adriatic was not merely a sea Venice used. It was a sea Venice intended to dominate. That ambition would grow enormously over the following centuries. But for now, dear dreamer, stand for a moment in the Venice of around the year 1000. Forget the Renaissance palaces. Forget Casanova and carnival masks. Forget opera houses and cafes and tourists posing on bridges. The city before us is still largely built of wood and brick. Its skyline is lower. Its churches are smaller. Many of the monuments that will one day define Venice do not yet exist in their familiar forms. The enormous present basilica of St. Mark has not yet been built. The Doge's palace has not yet become its marble Gothic masterpiece. There is no Rialto bridge of white stone, no bridge of sighs, no endless procession of painted palazzi. But listen instead. You might hear hammers striking timber in workshops, sails snapping in the Adriatic wind, merchants arguing over cargo, church bells carrying across the water, boatmen shouting from one island to another. Perhaps somewhere, barrels of salt fish are being loaded onto a vessel bound for a distant port. Another ship has just returned carrying goods, languages, and stories from farther east. A child growing up here might know boats better than horses. A merchant might have relatives scattered through trading communities hundreds of kilometers away. A doge might formally acknowledge an emperor in Constantinople, while quietly making decisions as though Venice belonged increasingly to itself. This city has not yet reached greatness, but the machinery that will produce that greatness is already turning. Its geography has taught it independence. Its poverty in natural resources has taught it commerce. Its Byzantine inheritance has connected it with the Eastern Mediterranean. Its dangerous neighbours have taught it diplomacy. Its lagoon has taught it navigation. And its merchants have learned perhaps the most important lesson of all. The water surrounding Venice does not isolate it from the world. The water connects Venice to the world. That simple reversal would change everything. The lagoon that had once sheltered frightened families from armies would become a harbour. The boats used for fishing would become merchant vessels. Merchant vessels would become fleets. Trading posts would become colonies. Commercial agreements would become political power. And the scattered settlements built by people trying to survive at the edge of a collapsing empire would become one of the most extraordinary states Europe had ever seen. Venice had begun as a refuge. By the end of the first millennium, it was becoming a republic of merchants and sailors, looking outward across the Adriatic toward Constantinople, Egypt, the Levant, and opportunities that stretched far beyond the horizon. The mud had become a city. The city had discovered the sea. And now it was about to become very, very rich. At the beginning of the 11th century, Venice was still an unlikely city. It had no great fields of wheat surrounding it, no vineyards rolling conveniently toward the horizon, no mines filled with silver or iron, no ancient Roman road network converging upon its gates. It did not even have proper gates. What Venice had was water. And somewhere during the long centuries in which its inhabitants had learned to survive among the channels and mudbanks of the lagoon, they had realized something rather important. If you cannot produce everything you need, you must buy it. And if you become exceptionally good at buying things, you may discover that other people are willing to pay you to buy things for them too. This was the beginning of Venice's transformation from a lagoon settlement into one of the great commercial powers of the medieval world. By the year 1000, Venetian ships were already sailing the Adriatic. Doge Pietro II Orseolo had led a successful campaign along the Dalmatian coast against pirates who threatened shipping, strengthening Venetian influence over ports and islands on the eastern side of the sea. But the Adriatic was only the beginning. Beyond it lay the Mediterranean, and beyond the Mediterranean stretched commercial networks connecting Europe with Egypt, Syria, Arabia, Persia, India, and ultimately East Asia. There were fortunes floating out there. Venice intended to collect them. The medieval Mediterranean was not divided neatly into isolated Christian and Muslim worlds whose inhabitants refused to speak to one another. They fought frequently, certainly. Religion mattered enormously. Crusades would bring extraordinary violence. Empires competed over islands, ports, and trade routes. And then, frequently, while all of this was happening, merchants quietly continued doing business. Venice became exceptionally skilled at this contradiction. A Venetian merchant might regard himself as a devout Christian, contribute money to a church, support a crusading expedition, and then negotiate enthusiastically with Muslim merchants because somebody in Germany was willing to pay a spectacular amount of money for pepper. Ideology was important. Pepper was also important. And Venice would spend centuries balancing the two. From Alexandria and other eastern ports came spices, silk, cotton, perfumes, medicines, precious stones, and luxury objects. From European markets came timber, metals, wool, and manufactured goods. Some products passed through many hands before ever reaching Venice. Pepper grown thousands of kilometers away might travel across the Indian Ocean, through Red Sea ports and into Egyptian markets before Venetian merchants purchased it and carried it north. Once inside Venice, these goods could be redistributed across Europe. The city became a bridge, and bridges can charge tolls. The Metropolitan Museum describes Venice as eventually becoming perhaps Christian Europe's most important commercial interface with the Islamic Near East. Venetian merchants established themselves in eastern trading cities, where communities could include warehouses, lodgings, churches, and interpreters. But one relationship mattered above almost all others during Venice's early rise: Constantinople. The capital of the Byzantine Empire was astonishing. For Western Europeans accustomed to much smaller medieval cities, Constantinople could appear almost impossibly enormous. Its walls, churches, markets, palaces, and population made it one of the richest cities on earth. And Venice had an old connection to it. The lagoon communities had originally belonged to the Byzantine political world. Centuries later, that relationship was changing from one of distant imperial authority into something much more useful to Venice: a commercial partnership. Then, in the late 11th century, the Byzantine emperor suddenly needed help. The threat came from the Normans. These were descendants of Scandinavian settlers who had established themselves in Normandy, in northern France, before spreading into other parts of Europe. Norman adventurers had conquered territories in southern Italy and Sicily, and under the formidable Robert Guiscard, they began threatening Byzantine possessions across the Adriatic. For Venice, this was alarming. A powerful Norman state controlling both sides of the lower Adriatic could threaten the routes upon which Venetian prosperity depended. Fortunately for Constantinople, Venice possessed ships. Emperor Alexios I Komnenos asked for Venetian naval assistance. Venice provided it. The reward was extraordinary. In an imperial document known as a chrysobull, traditionally dated to 1082, Alexios granted Venetian merchants extensive commercial privileges within the Byzantine Empire. The exact dating of the document has been debated by historians, with some scholarship proposing 1092 instead, but its significance is much less controversial. Venice received property and commercial advantages, including exceptionally favourable treatment for its merchants and exemptions from important trading taxes. Think about what that meant. Two merchants arrive in a Byzantine port. One must pay taxes on his goods. The Venetian beside him may pay far less, or nothing at all under the privileges available to him. Both then attempt to sell similar merchandise. Guess who has room to offer the better price? Venetian merchants gained an advantage over many of their competitors, not because they had discovered a magical trading technique, but because the Venetian state had negotiated favourable conditions for them. This became one of the great secrets of the Republic. Venetian merchants did not operate entirely as isolated adventurers. Behind them stood Venice. Diplomats negotiated, officials regulated, warships protected sea lanes, treaties opened markets. merchants generated wealth. And that wealth financed more diplomacy, more ships, and more political influence. It was a rather magnificent circle, assuming, of course, that you were Venetian. By the 12th century, Venetians were becoming increasingly visible throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Their presence in Constantinople grew so substantial that they occupied their own commercial quarter. This also created resentment. To Byzantine merchants, watching foreigners receive favourable tax arrangements and grow rich inside their own empire, Venetian success was considerably less charming. Relations between Constantinople and Venice therefore swung repeatedly between cooperation and hostility. But Venice had learned something crucial. An empire could be enormously useful without needing to own it. Not yet anyway. Back at home, wealth was transforming the lagoon. Wooden buildings increasingly gave way to stone and brick. Churches grew larger. Warehouses multiplied around the Rialto. Ships arrived carrying cargo from places most Venetians would never personally see. The Rialto became the commercial heart of the city. Imagine it in the morning. Boats nudging against quays. Porters unloading barrels. Merchants discussing exchange rates. Clerks recording debts. Fishmongers shouting. Sailors looking for work. Foreign languages mixing with Venetian dialect. Bundles of cloth, sacks of grain, spices valuable enough to be guarded carefully. Letters arriving from business partners overseas. News from Constantinople, Alexandria, Acre, and ports farther along the Adriatic. Medieval commerce required remarkable levels of trust and organisation. A merchant might invest money in a voyage without personally joining it. Partnerships could divide risks and profits. Credit allowed businesses to operate across enormous distances. Written contracts recorded agreements between investors, merchants, and ship owners. For a society whose prosperity depended upon ships disappearing over the horizon for months at a time, risk was unavoidable. Storms could sink a fortune. Pirates could steal it. War could trap it in a foreign harbour. A ruler could suddenly change taxation. A business partner could die. A cargo of food could spoil. A ship might simply never return. So, Venetians became experts at spreading risk. Investments could be divided between voyages. Partnerships allowed one person to provide capital while another travelled. Families placed relatives in different ports. The Republic itself increasingly supervised trade. Certain commodities were regulated. Ships could travel in organised convoys. Officials watched markets, contracts, weights, and measures. Venice was becoming something more sophisticated than a city full of people who happened to own boats. It was developing an economic system built around the sea. And that system required an enormous number of ships. Which brings us to one of the most extraordinary places in Venice, the arsenal. The Arsenale di Venezia would eventually become the industrial heart of the Republic. A vast enclosed world of docks, workshops, warehouses, rope-making facilities, timber stores, and specialized labor. You will sometimes see the wonderfully precise claim that the arsenal was founded in 1104. Venetian history, as we have already discovered, does enjoy an impressively precise date even when nobody at the time thought to write it down. The city of Venice itself now notes that 1104 is a traditional rather than securely documented foundation date. The arsenal, developed during the city's powerful expansion in the early second millennium, with the oldest complex taking shape around the beginning of the 12th century. Explicit surviving references appear later. Whatever year somebody hammered in the first particularly official plank, the idea was revolutionary. Shipbuilding increasingly became a matter of state power. Different craftsmen specialized in different tasks. Carpenters shaped hulls. Rope makers produced rigging. Smiths made metal fittings. Other workers prepared oars, sails, and weapons. Timber had to be sourced, transported, and stored. Pitch was required to seal ships. Everything had to be available in sufficient quantities for a maritime republic that might suddenly need a fleet. The arsenal would expand enormously in later centuries, eventually becoming one of the largest industrial complexes of the pre-modern world. Its most famous systems of organized sequential ship construction belong largely to later periods, especially after major expansion in the 14th century. But its medieval beginnings already reveal something fundamental. Venice did not merely possess ships. Venice was building an entire state around the ability to produce, organize, and deploy them. And while its maritime machinery was becoming more sophisticated, so was its government. At the center still stood the Doge. But the Doge was not a king. This distinction became increasingly important. Early doges had sometimes behaved rather like hereditary rulers. Powerful families attempted to place sons and relatives in positions of influence. A successful doge might naturally consider the possibility that his equally delightful son should succeed him. The Venetian political class gradually responded with something resembling absolutely not. They had watched monarchies and dynasties rise around them. They had also watched rulers drag states into personal wars, dynastic disputes, and spectacular disasters. Venice increasingly developed institutions designed to prevent any single man from possessing too much power. The Doge remained enormously prestigious. He appeared in ceremonies. He received ambassadors. His name appeared on official documents. He lived at the political centre of Venice beside St. Mark's Basilica. But surrounding him grew councils, magistrates, and layers of supervision. In 1172, after the assassination of Doge Vitale II, Michiel, following a disastrous conflict with Byzantium, constitutional changes further reduced the old popular role in choosing the Doge and increased the importance of an elected council. From these developments emerged the Great Council, or Maggior Consiglio. Other bodies followed or grew in importance, including the ducal councillors, judicial institutions, and eventually the Senate. The goal was not democracy in the modern sense. Ordinary Venetians did not enjoy equal political participation. Power increasingly concentrated among wealthy and established families. But neither was Venice a conventional monarchy. It was becoming an aristocratic republic whose ruling families shared power while carefully watching one another. Imagine a room filled with extremely wealthy merchants who all agree on one principle. No other extremely wealthy merchant in this room should be allowed to become king. That, very broadly, is Venice. Then came the Crusades. The First Crusade began in 1096 as Western Christian forces travelled toward the Eastern Mediterranean and eventually captured Jerusalem in 1099. For maritime cities such as Venice, Pisa, and Genoa, the Crusades created both religious opportunities and commercial ones. Ships were needed to transport people, horses, supplies, and weapons. Crusader states established along the eastern Mediterranean coast required continuing connections with Europe. Italian maritime cities provided those connections. In return, they gained trading quarters, privileges, and access to ports. Venice participated in this expanding Mediterranean world while continuing commerce with Muslim powers whenever circumstances allowed. Its great competitor was increasingly Genoa. If Venice was the merchant republic of the northern Adriatic, Genoa became its great rival from the Ligurian coast in western Italy. Both wanted similar things: access to eastern markets, trading privileges, ports, islands, safe shipping routes, money. Unfortunately, there are only so many extremely profitable commercial advantages one can distribute before two maritime republics begin attempting to sink each other. Their rivalry would last for centuries. Before the great Venetian-Genoese wars reached their most dramatic stages, however, another event transformed Venice's position almost overnight. And it began with a crusade that went spectacularly off script. In 1198, Pope Innocent III called for what became the Fourth Crusade. The ultimate purpose was to recover Jerusalem, which had been taken by Saladin in 1187. The Crusaders decided that the most effective route would involve an expedition by sea, with Egypt becoming an important target. For that, they needed ships. And if medieval Europe needed a gigantic fleet assembled with impressive efficiency, Venice was an obvious place to ask. In 1201, representatives of the Crusaders negotiated with Venice. The agreement was enormous. Venice would prepare transport and provisions for tens of thousands of men and thousands of horses. The Republic would suspend a substantial portion of its normal commercial activity while its population concentrated upon building and preparing the fleet. The price was 85,000 silver marks. Venice had committed extraordinary resources. Then the Crusaders arrived. Or rather, some of them arrived. Far fewer men assembled in Venice than the planners had expected. And fewer Crusaders meant less money. The army could not pay the full bill. Imagine commissioning an entire medieval transport fleet and then discovering at checkout that half your friends have travelled separately. Awkward. The Doge, at the time, was Enrico Dandolo. He was elderly, probably well into his 80s, and blind or nearly blind, although accounts differ regarding precisely how he lost his sight. age had apparently done very little to reduce his ambition. Dandolo proposed a solution. Venice would postpone collection of part of the Crusaders' debt. In exchange, the Crusaders would help Venice recapture Zara, a rebellious city on the Dalmatian coast which had placed itself under the protection of the King of Hungary. There was one slight theological inconvenience. Zara was Christian, and the King of Hungary was himself associated with the crusading cause. Pope Innocent III explicitly opposed the attack. The Crusaders attacked anyway. Zara fell in November 1202. The Pope responded by excommunicating those responsible, although the position of many Crusaders was later softened. Already, the expedition intended to fight for Christian territory in the Holy Land had attacked a Christian city in Europe. Things were about to become considerably worse. Into this chaotic situation came a young Byzantine prince named Alexios Angelos. His father, Isaac II, had previously been Byzantine emperor before being deposed and blinded by his own brother, Alexios III. The younger Alexios wanted his father restored, and he made the Crusaders an extraordinary offer. If they helped place him on the throne in Constantinople, he promised money, military assistance for the crusade, and cooperation between the Eastern and Western churches. For an army deeply in debt and desperately short of funds, this was tempting. So instead of sailing toward Egypt or Jerusalem, the Fourth Crusade headed for the greatest Christian city in the world, Constantinople. In the summer of 1203, Crusader and Venetian forces attacked. The old emperor Isaac II was restored, and his son became Emperor Alexios IV. Now came the problem. Alexios had promised enormous rewards. Actually producing them was another matter. The Byzantine treasury could not easily provide the money he had offered. Raising funds created hostility among the population. The presence of Western troops outside Constantinople caused further tension. Violence erupted between Greeks and Latins. The political situation collapsed. Alexios IV was overthrown and killed. The Crusaders had lost the man who owed them money, so in April 1204 they attacked Constantinople again. On the 12th of April, the city fell. What followed became one of the darkest episodes in the history of the Crusades. For 3 days, Constantinople was subjected to widespread looting and violence. Churches were stripped, homes were robbed. Relics, precious metals, sculptures, and works of art accumulated during centuries of Byzantine civilization were seized. Objects were destroyed simply for the value of their materials. Others were carried back to Western Europe. The famous 4 bronze horses associated today with St. Mark's Basilica were among the treasures removed from Constantinople after the conquest. The horses now displayed outside are replicas. The ancient originals are preserved inside the Basilica Museum. It is tempting to portray the entire Fourth Crusade as a brilliant Venetian conspiracy engineered by Enrico Dandolo from the beginning. That makes a magnificent story. But history is messier. Historians continue to debate the motives, decisions, and accidents that diverted the crusade. There is no need to imagine that Dandolo secretly planned the sack of Constantinople years in advance. What can be said is that Venice repeatedly pursued its own interests as events unfolded. And when Constantinople finally fell, the Republic benefited enormously. The conquest divided large portions of Byzantine territory among the victors, with Venice receiving claims to strategic islands, ports and territories crucial to Mediterranean shipping. The Venetians acquired Crete, although securing the island would require further conflict. They gained positions in the Aegean. They obtained influence over important harbours and islands along routes leading east. They received a substantial portion of Constantinople itself. Doge Enrico Dandolo adopted the extraordinary title of Lord of a quarter and half a quarter of the Roman Empire, which is an impressively medieval way of saying 3/8. Dandolo never returned to Venice. He died in Constantinople in 1205 and was buried in Hagia Sophia. His expedition had departed Venice supposedly on the way to fight for Jerusalem. He ended his life buried inside the Cathedral of Constantinople after helping conquer the Christian empire that had once been Venice's protector. Few events better demonstrate how much Venice had changed. 3 centuries earlier, Venetians had looked toward Constantinople as subjects at the distant edge of the Byzantine world. Now, Venetian leaders were dividing up Byzantine territory. From the wreckage emerged what historians often call Venice's Stato de Mar, its maritime dominion. This was not one continuous block of territory like a modern country. It was a network. Ports, islands, harbours, coastal cities, strategic positions. Venice did not need to conquer every field between itself and Alexandria. It needed safe places where ships could stop, places where supplies could be obtained, places from which competitors could be excluded, places that controlled narrow passages and commercial routes. It was an empire designed by merchants, a chain of stepping stones laid across the sea. Yet success created new enemies. The Byzantine Empire did not disappear permanently after 1204. Greek successor states survived, and in 1261 Byzantine forces recaptured Constantinople. Before doing so, Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos had allied himself with Genoa, Venice's great rival. Genoese merchants received valuable privileges. Suddenly, Venice faced a competitor determined to challenge its dominance in Eastern trade. Venetians and Genoese fought repeatedly across the Mediterranean. Commercial disputes became naval warfare. Merchant ships required protection. Colonies became strategic assets. Every harbour mattered. Every treaty mattered. And the Republic became increasingly convinced that its political system needed stability at home if it was going to survive competition abroad. By the end of the 13th century, another major transformation was taking place within Venice itself. Membership of the Great Council was becoming increasingly associated with an established group of powerful families. Then, in 1297, came the famous Serrata del Maggior Consiglio. The word serrata is often translated as the closing of the Great Council. It sounds wonderfully dramatic. One imagines a giant door slamming shut while several furious merchants arrive 3 seconds too late. The reality, however, was gradual. The law of 1297 changed the rules governing admission to the Great Council, favouring men from families already established within Venetian political life. Further measures during the following decades helped transform membership into an increasingly hereditary privilege belonging to the Venetian patriciate. Modern historians caution that 1297 was not one instantaneous coup that created a completely closed aristocracy overnight. The process unfolded across years and further legislation, but it remains a crucial landmark in Venice's evolution toward the hereditary oligarchic republic that would govern the city for centuries. And so, as the 13th century ended, Venice had become something extraordinary. It was a republic, but not a democracy. It had a ruler, but not a king. It possessed an empire, but much of that empire consisted of ports and islands scattered across the sea. It fought Muslim states and traded enthusiastically with them. It had grown wealthy through Constantinople and then helped sack Constantinople. Contradiction was becoming almost a Venetian speciality. Walk through the city around the year 1300 and it would already feel dramatically different from the Venice of 3 centuries earlier. The Rialto was crowded with merchants. Foreign goods filled warehouses and markets. Ships came and went with extraordinary regularity. Noble families invested in commerce and competed for political office. St. Mark's Basilica had been rebuilt into a magnificent statement of Venetian confidence, its domes and mosaics proclaiming the city's connection with Byzantium even as Venice increasingly competed with it. Across the water, shipbuilders worked for a state whose survival now depended upon naval power. Beyond the lagoon stretched possessions and commercial communities, reaching far into the Mediterranean. And somewhere, among the crowds, might be members of a family, named Polo. One of their sons, Marco, had recently returned from an extraordinary journey east, bringing stories of lands beyond Persia, across Central Asia, and into the realm of the Mongol emperor, Kublai Khan. His adventures belonged to a larger truth. By now, a Venetian merchant could stand beside the Grand Canal and imagine connections stretching almost unimaginably far across the known world. The lagoon was no longer hiding Venice from history. It had placed Venice at the centre of it. 300 years earlier, Venetian power had meant keeping pirates away from the Adriatic. Now Venice negotiated with emperors. It maintained trading communities in distant cities. It possessed territories across the Mediterranean. It could assemble fleets capable of carrying entire armies. Its merchants handled goods that had travelled halfway around the world. Its government had developed increasingly elaborate mechanisms for distributing political power among a privileged ruling class. And perhaps most remarkably, all of it still rested upon the same fundamental bargain. Venice had almost nothing. So Venice traded for everything. Then it discovered that controlling the trade could be far more profitable than possessing the things in the first place. The medieval Venetian did not need the spice to grow in his own field. He merely needed it to pass through his hands. He did not need to own every coastline. He merely needed the harbour. He did not need to conquer the entire Mediterranean. He needed ships that could cross it, treaties that opened it, and enough warships to make other people think carefully before closing it again. This was the genius of the merchant republic. And by the year 1300, the result was becoming impossible for Europe to ignore. The refugees of the lagoon had become traders. The traders had become admirals. The admirals had built an empire. And Venice had become rich, very rich. But wealth brings attention. Power creates rivals. And an empire built upon trade can never truly rest, because somewhere beyond the horizon, another merchant is searching for a faster route, another city is building another fleet, and another ruler is wondering whether Venice has perhaps become a little too successful. For the moment, however, those troubles could wait. Because Venice was entering the age in which its wealth, power, and confidence would transform the city into La Serenissima, the most serene republic. Its ships filled the Mediterranean. Its merchants travelled across continents. Its palaces rose beside the canals. Its lion appeared above distant harbours. And Venice was approaching the magnificent, dangerous height of its power. Around the year 1300, Venice no longer looked like a city that had accidentally happened in a swamp. It looked rich, very rich. The transformation was visible almost everywhere. Ships crowded the lagoon. Warehouses surrounded the commercial districts. Merchants arrived carrying news from Constantinople, Alexandria, and the Black Sea. Stone palaces lined waterways that had once passed between muddy islands and wooden houses. Gold shimmered inside St. Mark's Basilica. The Rialto had become one of Europe's great marketplaces. And above it all stood the winged lion of St. Mark. Venice had reached the point every ambitious civilization eventually reaches when survival is no longer enough. Now it wanted magnificence. The Republic increasingly described itself as La Serenissima, the most serene republic. It was a magnificent title. It was also slightly optimistic, because beneath the serenity were political conspiracies, commercial rivalries, naval wars, plague, espionage, family feuds, and a government that had developed an almost touching enthusiasm for knowing what everybody was doing. Venice was serene in much the same way a swan is serene. Beautiful above the water, absolutely frantic underneath. And yet the system worked, at least remarkably often. By the beginning of the 14th century, political power belonged overwhelmingly to the Venetian patriciate, the families whose male members had secured access to the Great Council during the gradual constitutional closing we encountered in the previous chapter. These were names that would echo through Venetian history for centuries. Contarini, Morosini, Dandolo, Barbarigo, Loredan, Mocenigo, Corner, Foscari, Venier, Grimani. Some were extraordinarily wealthy. Others possessed impressive surnames and considerably less impressive bank accounts. Being a Venetian noble did not automatically mean lounging on silk cushions while somebody fed you grapes. Patrician families were expected to participate in government, diplomacy, military service, and commerce. Some accumulated enormous fortunes. Others struggled to maintain the appearance expected of their rank. But together, they controlled the Republic. The Doge remained at the symbolic summit. He was elected for life, dressed splendidly, and appeared at ceremonies designed to make Venice look eternal. His actual freedom was remarkably limited. The Venetian constitution had spent centuries developing increasingly creative ways to prevent its ruler from behaving like an actual ruler. He could not simply make foreign policy because he had woken up feeling geopolitical. He worked alongside councillors. He answered to institutions. His correspondence and political activities could be supervised. Even his family faced restrictions designed to prevent the Doge's position becoming a route toward personal dynasty. The Republic wanted a magnificent head of state. It simply did not particularly trust him. Nor did it particularly trust anyone else. That suspicion became even more visible in 1310. The previous decades had produced resentment over the concentration of political power among the established patriciate. Economic problems, war, and factional tensions made the atmosphere worse. Then, a group of nobles, led by Bahamonte Tiepolo and Marco Querini, attempted to overthrow the government. The conspiracy failed. According to Venetian tradition, fighting spilled through the streets near St. Mark's Square before the rebels were defeated. The government responded in a way that would become wonderfully characteristic. It created an emergency committee. The Council of Ten was established in July 1310 to investigate the conspiracy, identify accomplices, and protect the state. It was supposed to be temporary. Naturally, it lasted for almost 5 centuries. Repeated extensions kept the council alive until 1335, when it became a permanent institution. Its responsibilities gradually expanded far beyond the original conspiracy, especially into matters of state security, political crimes, and threats to the Republic. The Council of Ten acquired a legendary reputation. Secret hearings, informants, investigations, swift judgments. Later generations would imagine it as an almost omniscient shadow government lurking behind every curtain in Venice. That picture became exaggerated, particularly by foreign writers fascinated by the supposedly sinister Republic. But the underlying institution was real. Venetian government prized secrecy, it prized information, and it prized stability. The Venetian elite had watched other Italian cities fall under powerful dynasties and individual rulers. Florence would eventually have the Medici. Milan had the Visconti and later the Sforza. Verona had the Scaligeri. Venice looked at all of this and effectively decided that nobody was getting the keys. The result was a political system so complicated that electing a doge eventually involved multiple rounds of selection, drawing lots, reducing groups, enlarging groups, and voting again. You would almost need a doge merely to explain how you selected the doge. The purpose, however, was simple. Make corruption harder. Prevent factions from controlling the process too easily. Distribute power. And ensure that the Republic survived the ambitions of individual men. Politics occupied only one part of Venetian life. For most inhabitants, Venice was first and foremost a working city. The lagoon woke early. Fishing boats returned with the morning catch. Bakers heated ovens. Porters carried cargo from quays into warehouses. Carpenters repaired boats. Women sold food and cloth. Sailors searched for berths on departing vessels. Apprentices hurried through narrow streets. Priests rang bells. Water carriers, servants, craftsmen, and merchants filled spaces that modern visitors sometimes imagine only as romantic scenery. The Grand Canal was not built for photographs. It was a commercial highway. Palaces lining its banks often served several purposes at once. A wealthy merchant family might live upstairs, while the lower floors contained warehouses, offices, and spaces where goods could be loaded directly from boats. Business literally entered through the front door. Venice smelled of salt water, wood smoke, fish, animals, spices, sewage, hot metal, bread, damp stone, and whatever mysterious substance somebody had just unloaded from Alexandria. It was beautiful. It was also a medieval city. We should not become too carried away. The population was remarkably diverse. Patricians formed the ruling class, but beneath them stood the cittadini, or citizens, some of whom became prosperous merchants, professionals, and administrators. Then came the enormous majority of ordinary Venetians, artisans, boatmen, labourers, shopkeepers, fishermen, domestic workers, and sailors. Foreigners were everywhere. German merchants had long maintained an important presence around the Rialto. Greeks arrived from the Byzantine world. Dalmatians crossed the Adriatic. Armenians, Slavs, and merchants from the eastern Mediterranean became part of the commercial landscape. Jewish merchants and moneylenders were present in Venetian territories long before the creation of the famous ghetto in 1516, although their legal position varied and could be precarious. Venice's economic network also included forms of slavery and coerced labour. Enslaved people from the Black Sea, Balkans, and Eastern Mediterranean could be bought and sold, and were often employed in domestic service. The glittering wealth of medieval commerce, here as elsewhere, contained lives that contemporary society valued very unequally. And yet the city offered opportunities difficult to find in many predominantly agricultural communities. If you possessed a useful skill, Venice probably needed it. If you could make sails, rope, barrels, glass, weapons, cloth, jewellery, or ships, somebody was buying. If you understood foreign languages, merchants required interpreters. If you could read and calculate, offices and businesses needed clerks. If you understood the sea, there was always another ship leaving. The Republic had become an enormous machine whose parts depended upon one another. Nowhere was this clearer than in the arsenal. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the Venetian arsenal expanded enormously. The early shipyard we encountered in the previous chapter became a vast state-controlled industrial district. Timber arrived from forests under Venetian influence. Rope was manufactured in enormous quantities. Sails, oars, weapons, and fittings were stored. Skilled workers, known collectively as arsenalotti, built and maintained ships for both commerce and war. Later visitors would marvel at the speed and organization of Venetian shipbuilding. The famous image of something resembling an early assembly line belongs especially to the arsenal's later development, but by the late Middle Ages, its scale was already extraordinary. Venice's sea power depended on it. So did Venice's trade. The Republic organized merchant voyages in regulated convoys known as mood. Galleys could travel together along established routes toward places such as Alexandria, Constantinople, Flanders, and the Black Sea. State supervision helped organize schedules, cargoes, and protection. But the Mediterranean remained dangerous. Pirates did not disappear merely because Venice had become prosperous, nor did rival states. Travelling in organised fleets reduced some of the risk. The Venetian government therefore involved itself deeply in commerce. This was not modern free market capitalism floating serenely above politics. Trade was politics. Shipping was politics. Salt was politics. Grain was very definitely politics, particularly when a city surrounded by salt water needed to feed a large population. Venice monitored food supplies carefully because hunger was one thing no amount of gold mosaic could politely ignore. Its money also became internationally trusted. The Venetian gold ducat, introduced in the late 13th century, gained an extraordinary reputation for reliable weight and purity, and became one of the great commercial currencies of the Mediterranean. A merchant hundreds of kilometers from Venice might accept Venetian gold because he trusted what it represented. The Republic understood that confidence itself could become a commodity, and Venice was selling confidence very successfully. It was also selling glass. In 1291, the Great Council had ordered major glass furnaces moved away from the dense urban centre to Murano, primarily because of the danger of fire. Medieval Venice still contained large numbers of timber structures, and enormous furnaces burning at extraordinary temperatures were perhaps not ideal neighbours. Murano became one of the great centres of European glassmaking. Its craftsmen developed specialized techniques, producing vessels, mirrors, beads, and luxury objects that traveled through Venetian trade networks. The Republic understood the value of expertise. Glassmakers were organized through guild regulations. Production was supervised. Techniques were protected. Murano was not merely picturesque. It was high technology. The laptop factory of medieval Venice, only substantially hotter and with more chance of accidentally setting your trousers on fire. Luxury industries like glass reveal something important about Venice at its height. The Republic did not become rich simply by transporting other people's goods. It also transformed imported materials into products associated specifically with Venetian craftsmanship. The same city that moved pepper and silk also produced ships, glass, textiles, books, and art. And the art was becoming extraordinary. During the 14th century, Venice still carried the powerful visual influence of Byzantium. St. Mark's Basilica was the clearest example. Domes, mosaics, and gold creating an interior that connected Venice culturally to the Eastern Mediterranean. But the city was developing a style of its own. The Doge's palace was transformed during the 14th and 15th centuries into the extraordinary Gothic structure we recognize today. Its appearance is almost wonderfully contradictory. A fortress of government that hardly looks like a fortress at all. Instead of massive dark walls rising from the water, the palace seems to rest upon delicate arcades. Pink and white stone, pointed arches, carved capitals, open loggias. It looks lighter at the bottom than at the top, as though somebody had constructed a government building while actively refusing to obey gravity. Inside were the rooms where the Republic conducted diplomacy, justice, and administration. Outside, St. Mark's Square provided the great ceremonial stage. Here, Venice performed itself. Foreign ambassadors arriving in the city did not merely encounter officials. They encountered theatre, processions, banners, music, religious ceremonies. The Doge dressed in robes that transformed an elderly politician into a symbol of the state. Venice understood something modern governments still understand perfectly well. If you are powerful, make sure the visiting delegation notices. One of the most famous Venetians of this period had already travelled much farther than most diplomats. Marco Polo returned to Venice in the 1290s after years spent travelling through Asia. During imprisonment in Genoa, around the end of that decade, he worked with the writer Rustichello of Pisa on the account generally known today as the Travels of Marco Polo. Marco did not discover China. Chinese people had been inconveniently aware of China for quite some time. Nor was he the first European to reach Asia. What made his story remarkable was the extraordinary reach of the world he described to Western audiences. The court of Kublai Khan, great cities, paper money, postal systems, markets, landscapes extending far beyond familiar European geography. Readers debated his stories, copied them, embellished them, and wondered at them. Marco Polo's fame can sometimes make him seem like a uniquely adventurous Venetian wandering beyond the known world. In another sense, however, he was profoundly Venetian. He came from a merchant family. He travelled through commercial networks. He observed goods, customs, currencies, resources, and markets. He looked at the world partly through the eyes of somebody raised in a civilization obsessed with exchange. Venice had produced the perfect environment for people who regarded a distant horizon not as an edge, but as a business opportunity. Then, in 1348, the horizon delivered something else. Death. The Black Death arrived in Europe through interconnected trading routes and spread with terrifying speed. Venice was exceptionally vulnerable. Its greatest strength, constant movement of ships, goods, and people, became a route for disease. The bacterium Yersinia pestis, transmitted particularly through fleas associated with rodents and through other forms of plague transmission, devastated communities across Europe, North Africa, and Asia. Venice suffered horribly. Exact death tolls remain difficult to establish, but contemporary Venice lost an enormous portion of its population. Imagine the city transformed. The market stalls quieter. Ships arriving with sick sailors. Houses suddenly closed. Church bells ringing for funerals. Families disappearing within weeks. Priests, doctors, gravediggers, and officials overwhelmed. The Republic faced a problem for which medieval medicine had no cure. People did not understand bacteria or flea transmission. Explanations included corrupted air, divine punishment, astrology, and environmental causes. But one observation required no microscope. Disease seemed to arrive with people and goods. And separating the sick from the healthy sometimes slowed it. Venice began experimenting with organized public health controls, but it is important to give our Adriatic neighbours their proper historical glory here. In 1377, Ragusa, the modern city of Dubrovnik, introduced the earliest widely recognised formal isolation law for travellers arriving from plague-affected areas. The initial period was 30 days. Venice subsequently developed the idea on an extraordinary institutional scale. In 1423, the Venetian government established a permanent plague isolation facility on an island in the lagoon, later known as the Lazaretto Vecchio. People suspected of infection could be removed from the densely populated city. Goods could be separated. Ships and travellers could be observed before freely mixing with the population. In 1448, Venetian regulations extended certain isolation periods to 40 days. 40 in Italian is quaranta. From this comes quarantena, and ultimately our word quarantine. It is a wonderfully Venetian solution to a Venetian problem. Trade could not simply stop every time disease threatened. Trade was the bloodstream of the Republic. So Venice tried to create a system that allowed commerce to continue while controlling the danger entering with it. Islands were ideal. The same geography that had once protected Venice from invading armies could now be used to isolate disease. The lagoon had become a public health tool. But plague was not the only threat arriving from the sea. There was still Genoa. The rivalry between Venice and Genoa had simmered and exploded repeatedly for generations. Both republics wanted access to eastern markets. Both controlled colonies and trading stations. Both possessed formidable fleets. Both were capable of looking at the Mediterranean and concluding that there was really no reason the other one needed to be there. By the 1370s, tensions centred partly upon influence in the eastern Mediterranean and control of the strategically important island of Tenedos near the entrance to the Dardanelles. In 1378, war erupted again. This would become the War of Chioggia. And for Venice, it nearly became the end. At first, the conflict ranged across distant seas. Then everything went wrong. In May 1379, the Venetian fleet under Veto Pisani suffered a major defeat near Pola, modern Pula, in Croatia. Pisani returned home and was imprisoned for the failure. Genoa moved aggressively into the Adriatic. Then, in August 1379, Genoese forces captured Chioggia at the southern edge of the Venetian Lagoon. This was not some remote colonial possession. Chioggia was frighteningly close. The enemy had reached Venice's doorstep. For perhaps the most dangerous moment in its medieval history, Venice faced the possibility of destruction. Genoese forces controlled an important entrance to the lagoon. Enemies on the mainland increased the pressure. Food supplies became uncertain. Panic spread. The government even sought negotiations. According to later accounts, the Genoese were confident that Venice could be forced into complete submission. The Republic responded with desperation. Veto Pisani, the admiral who had just been imprisoned, was released after intense popular demand. Apparently, the city had reached the stage of national emergency, known technically as, perhaps the guy in prison has some ideas? Pisani returned to command. Ships were armed. Citizens contributed money. The elderly Doge, Andrea Contarini, himself joined the campaign. Venetian forces began trapping the Genoese inside Chioggia by sinking vessels and obstructing channels, turning the lagoon's geography against the invaders. Now the besiegers became the besieged. Winter came. The Genoese inside Chioggia struggled for supplies. Then the Venetian commander, Carlo Zeno, returning from operations elsewhere, brought reinforcements. The pressure tightened. In June 1380, the Genoese forces at Chioggia surrendered. The wider conflict ended with the Treaty of Turin in 1381. Venice did not emerge untouched or universally victorious. It made concessions and had suffered enormous financial and military strain. But Genoa had failed to destroy it, and the great centuries-long contest for Mediterranean supremacy had reached a decisive turning point. Venice had looked into the abyss. Then it went back to work. That survival changed the Republic. The war had demonstrated that a maritime empire could not completely ignore the land immediately behind its lagoon. Venice required secure access to food, timber, roads, and rivers. It also needed protection from ambitious mainland rulers who might cooperate with maritime enemies. And so, during the 15th century, the Republic began expanding dramatically westward. This created a second Venetian empire. The overseas territories were known broadly as the Stato da Mar, the state of the sea. The growing mainland possessions became the Stato da Terra, or terraferma. In 1404, Vicenza came under Venetian control. In 1405, Verona followed. Then Padua fell after a difficult siege. In less than 18 months, Venice had pushed its authority far beyond the lagoon, creating a substantial mainland state stretching toward the river Mincio. Further expansion followed. Friuli, Brescia, Bergamo. Territories that would have seemed almost irrelevant to the early sea-focused republic now became strategically essential. Venice was becoming something new. Not merely a maritime trading city with distant ports, but a major Italian territorial power. This transformation produced arguments within the Venetian ruling class. Some believed the Republic's true destiny lay at sea. Others believed controlling the mainland was necessary for security and prosperity. Under the long dogership of Francesco Foscari, beginning in 1423, Venice became deeply involved in the wars of northern Italy, particularly against Milan. The Republic hired professional military commanders, condottieri, and maintained armies in a way earlier generations of sea-minded Venetians would have found increasingly familiar and increasingly expensive. By the middle of the 15th century, Venice stood among the great powers of Italy. The Peace of Lodi in 1454 helped establish a balance among major Italian states, including Venice, Milan, Florence, the Papal States, and Naples. For Venice, it offered a moment to enjoy what it had built, and what it had built was astonishing. The Republic now controlled territories from the Italian mainland deep into the eastern Mediterranean. Crete remained one of its greatest overseas possessions. Dalmatian ports carried the Lion of St. Mark. Corfu guarded routes through the Ionian Sea. Other islands and coastal strongholds formed links in the commercial chain eastward. And in 1489, Venice acquired one of its most prestigious possessions of all, Cyprus. The story involved a Venetian noblewoman named Caterina Cornaro. Caterina had married King James II of Cyprus and became queen. After her husband died in 1473 and their infant son died the following year, Caterina remained ruler under intense political pressure. Venice increasingly controlled affairs around her. Eventually, in February 1489, the Republic compelled Caterina to abdicate and transfer Cyprus to Venice. She received a pension and the lordship of Azzolo in return. Venice received an island of immense strategic and commercial value. Even when Venice acquired a kingdom, it somehow managed to make the transaction sound like an unusually aggressive business merger. Meanwhile, life inside the capital was becoming more sophisticated. Confraternities known as school played major roles in religious devotion, charity, and social identity. Markets remained heavily regulated. Guilds organized crafts. Festivals filled the calendar. Marriage connected families and fortunes. Among patricians, dowries could become enormous financial instruments, and marriages were important political alliances. Women did not participate directly in the Great Council or Senate, but that did not mean they were absent from Venetian economic and social life. Women worked in textile production, shops, domestic industries, and family businesses. Widows sometimes managed property. Noble women could exercise influence through family networks. Convents created other communities in which women could acquire education, status, and authority, although entry itself was frequently tied to family strategies and economics. Venetian society was disciplined, but it was not quiet. There were taverns, gambling, street fights, prostitution, religious processions, public celebrations, boat races, music, gossip, lots of gossip. Humans had successfully built one of the most complicated governments in Europe and still remained completely unable to resist discussing who had been seen leaving whose house after dark. Fortunately for Venice, information was becoming easier to distribute. The printing revolution reached the lagoon during the 15th century. In 1469, the German printer Johann von Speyer established one of Venice's first presses and received a temporary monopoly from the Senate. That monopoly did not survive him for long. Other printers arrived, and Venice became one of Europe's greatest centres of publishing. The reasons were almost absurdly favourable. Venice already possessed international trade networks. Paper could be obtained. Merchants understood investment. Ships could export books. The city attracted scholars from across Europe and from the Greek-speaking Eastern Mediterranean. And after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, Greek scholars, manuscripts, and intellectual traditions found increasingly important homes in Italy. By the end of the century, Aldus Manutius had established the Aldine Press in Venice. His editions of Greek and Latin classics became celebrated for their scholarship and quality. Between 1495 and 1498, he published the works of Aristotle in Greek. Later innovations, including his famous small format books and italic type, belong primarily to the opening years of the 16th century. But by 1500, Venice was already becoming a capital not simply of goods, but of ideas. Its painters were transforming too. Families such as the Bellini and the Vivarini helped carry Venetian art from Gothic traditions into the Renaissance. Gentile Bellini painted processions and civic scenes filled with the architecture and people of Venice. Giovanni Bellini developed extraordinary effects of colour, light and atmosphere that would influence generations of Venetian painters. Artists elsewhere in Italy often emphasized line and sculptural form. Venetian painting became famous for something that suited the city beautifully: colour, light, surface, the shimmering uncertainty of things. Perhaps it is impossible to live in a place where every palace is reflected in moving water without eventually becoming slightly obsessed with light. By 1500, Venice was one of Europe's great artistic centres. And yet, while painters worked, printers printed, and merchants counted profits, something enormous had changed in the East. On the 29th of May, 1453, Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II. The Byzantine Empire was gone. For Venice, this was emotionally, politically, and commercially enormous. Constantinople had been part of the Venetian story from almost the beginning. The lagoon settlements had once acknowledged Byzantine emperors. Venetian merchants had become rich through Byzantine privileges. Venetians had helped sack the city in 1204. Now Constantinople belonged to a rising Ottoman Empire. So Venice did what Venice always did. It negotiated, it traded, and eventually it fought. From 1463 to 1479, Venice fought a long and expensive war against the Ottomans. It lost important possessions, including Negroponte, modern Euboea, in 1470. Other positions fell as Ottoman power expanded through the Balkans and eastern Mediterranean. Yet Venice remained formidable, acquiring other territories and strengthening its hold on Cyprus. For the moment, the Republic could absorb the losses. But the warning was there. The Mediterranean was changing. And beyond the Mediterranean, the world was changing even faster. In 1488, Portuguese sailors rounded the southern tip of Africa. In 1492, Christopher Columbus crossed the Atlantic. In 1498, Vasco da Gama reached India by sailing around Africa. These voyages did not instantly destroy Venetian trade. That familiar story is far too neat. Venice remained commercially powerful for generations. Spices continued reaching Mediterranean markets. Its merchants adapted. Its industries flourished. But something fundamental had happened. European powers were discovering routes that could eventually bypass the networks upon which Venice had built so much of its prosperity. The Atlantic was beginning to matter more. The Ottomans were becoming stronger. Portugal was reaching toward the Indian Ocean. Spain was looking west. And Venice, perhaps for the first time in centuries, could no longer assume that geography had dealt it the winning hand. Still, if you had arrived in Venice around the year 1500, decline would not have been the first thought entering your mind. Quite the opposite. You would have approached across the lagoon and watched one of the richest cities in Europe rise from the water. The bell tower of St. Mark, the domes of the Basilica, the marble facade of the Doge's palace, merchant ships lying at anchor. galleys moving toward the arsenal. Church towers scattered across dozens of islands. Inside the city, you would find glass from Murano, spices from the east, German metals, northern textiles, Greek manuscripts, Venetian books, and paintings, unlike anything being produced elsewhere. You might hear Greek, German, Venetian, Tuscan, Slavic languages, and Arabic in the spaces surrounding commerce. You could watch officials pass into the Doge's palace carrying sealed documents. You might see a nobleman whose family had governed for generations pass a porter carrying sacks from a newly arrived ship. Somewhere, a printer would be setting individual pieces of type. Somewhere else, a glassmaker would be drawing molten glass from a furnace. A merchant would be calculating the return on a voyage. A senator would be discussing Milan. A diplomat would be worrying about the Ottoman Sultan. A public health official might be examining a ship arriving from a suspicious port. And in the arsenal, another hull would be taking shape. This was Venice at its height. Not peaceful, not invulnerable, not even particularly serene, but astonishingly capable of turning danger into organization. Plague had produced quarantine. Commercial vulnerability had produced fleets. Political conspiracy had produced institutions. Dependence on imported goods had produced an international trading empire. Fear of mainland enemies had produced a territorial state. Contact with distant cultures had helped create one of Europe's great artistic and intellectual centres. Venice had developed a remarkable habit. Whenever the world presented it with a problem, the Republic built a system. Sometimes the system was a council, sometimes it was a shipyard. Sometimes it was an island where sick travellers waited 40 days. But by the end of the 15th century, there were signs that the next problems might be larger than anything Venice had faced before. The Ottoman Empire now dominated Constantinople. New oceanic routes were opening around Africa and across the Atlantic. Venice had expanded so widely that defending its possessions required enormous resources. Its political system, designed for stability, was becoming increasingly dominated by a small hereditary class. And every successful empire eventually discovers the same inconvenient truth. The larger your world becomes, the more places there are from which trouble can arrive. But those troubles belonged to the future. For one final moment, we can leave Venice here. Around the year 1500, at sunset, the lagoon turning gold, merchant galleys returning beneath the Lion of St. Mark, palaces reflecting in the Grand Canal, the furnaces of Murano glowing beyond the city, printers working by lamplight, senators discussing dispatches from distant ports, the arsenal preparing another fleet, a republic built upon mud now ruling cities, islands and coastlines across hundreds of kilometres. 5 centuries earlier, the lagoon had sheltered people running away from empires. Now ambassadors from empires came to Venice. Its merchants had crossed continents. Its currency travelled farther than most of its citizens ever would. Its artists were helping define the Renaissance. Its government had survived conspiracies, epidemics, and wars. Its enemies had reached the edge of the lagoon, and Venice had survived them too. This was La Serenissima, the most serene republic, the merchant city that had become a great power, the improbable empire built upon water. And from the summit, the view was magnificent. Unfortunately, the 16th century was already climbing the stairs. In the spring of 1509, Venice discovered what happened when almost everybody it had annoyed over the previous century compared notes. The list was impressive. The King of France, the Holy Roman Emperor, the King of Aragon, the Pope, various Italian rulers with old territorial grievances. Collectively, they had arrived at roughly the same conclusion. Venice had become far too powerful. This was, in one sense, an extraordinary compliment. For centuries, the Republic had worked tirelessly to transform itself from a collection of lagoon settlements into a maritime empire. Then it had expanded across northern Italy, acquiring cities, farmland, rivers, and fortresses. Now Europe had noticed, and unfortunately, Europe wanted some of it back. In December 1508, Pope Julius II, King Louis XII of France, Emperor Maximilian I, and Ferdinand of Aragon formed the League of Cambrai, an alliance intended to dismantle much of Venice's mainland power. Only a few months later, catastrophe arrived. On the 14th of May, 1509, Venetian forces met the French near Agnadello in Lombardy. They were crushed. The defeat was so severe that Niccolò Machiavelli would later write that in a single day, Venice lost what it had taken 800 years to acquire. That was an exaggeration, but only slightly dramatic by Venetian standards. Cities across the mainland abandoned or expelled Venetian authorities. French imperial and papal troops advanced. The enormous territorial empire Venice had constructed during the previous century seemed to collapse in weeks. For the first time since Genoa had reached Chioggia in the 14th century, the survival of the Republic itself felt uncertain. And once again, Venice did something it had become remarkably good at doing. It refused to die. The Republic surrendered some disputed territories, negotiated separately with its enemies, and patiently encouraged fractures within the coalition. The League had been created because its members disliked Venetian expansion. This did not mean its members liked one another. Pope Julius II soon became more concerned about growing French influence in Italy than about Venice. In 1510, he reconciled with the Republic, and the alliance against Venice began falling apart. By 1511, Venice and the papacy were fighting alongside one another against France. Because apparently international diplomacy in Renaissance Italy was organised by spinning a wheel every 6 months. Venice gradually recovered much of its mainland territory, although the shock of Agnadello permanently changed its ambitions. The great phase of aggressive expansion in northern Italy was essentially over. The Republic had survived. But it had also received a warning. There were now powers in Europe larger than Venice. and they were becoming larger still. Yet if Venice's political position was becoming more complicated, culturally, the 16th century would be magnificent. The city entered one of the greatest artistic periods in its history. This was the Venice of Titian, of Tintoretto, of Paolo Veronese, of architects such as Jacopo Sansovino and Andrea Palladio. Venetian painters became celebrated throughout Europe for their extraordinary use of colour, atmosphere, and light. Titian painted emperors, popes, and princes. Tintoretto filled enormous canvases with movement, darkness, and supernatural drama. Veronese produced vast scenes of banquets, architecture, silk, jewels, and impossibly glamorous biblical figures who often looked suspiciously as though they had wandered in from a Venetian palace. Venice itself became part of the art. Light reflected from water, mist-softened buildings, marble changed colour throughout the day. The city seemed designed to encourage painters to become obsessed. Meanwhile, St. Mark's Square became increasingly monumental. Sansovino designed the magnificent Libreria Marziana opposite the Doge's palace. The city's great confraternities commissioned paintings and architecture. Wealthy families competed through palaces, chapels, tombs, and collections. Venice might no longer be expanding as recklessly as before, but it could still make wealth visible. And the city's prosperity remained closely connected to commerce. The famous story that Portuguese voyages around Africa suddenly destroyed Venice's spice trade is much too simple. New ocean routes certainly did threaten Venetian advantages, though. Portuguese merchants could now obtain Asian spices through the Indian Ocean without relying entirely upon older Mediterranean networks. But Venice adapted. Spices continued reaching Alexandria and Levantine ports. Venetian merchants continued trading with the Ottoman Empire. The city remained a major manufacturing centre producing textiles, glass, soap, printed books, luxury goods, and ships. Venice's decline had begun in relative terms. Other states were growing faster. Atlantic trade was becoming increasingly important. But Venice was not suddenly poor. Far from it. A visitor arriving in the 16th century would probably have found the idea that Venice was declining rather difficult to believe. There were, however, uncomfortable signs of a changing world. One appeared in 1516 in the district of Cannaregio. For centuries, Jewish people had lived and traded within Venetian territories under changing legal restrictions. Venice valued Jewish merchants, physicians, and moneylenders, while simultaneously subjecting Jewish communities to discrimination, taxation, and periodic threats of expulsion. In 1516, the Senate ordered Venice's Jewish residents to live at night within a confined area around a former copper foundry. The Venetian word associated with the foundry was ghetto. From this place would eventually spread the word ghetto. The gates were locked at night and guarded. Jewish residents faced restrictions on occupations and public life and were often required to wear identifying clothing. Yet, within these oppressive boundaries developed an extraordinary community. As Jewish populations arrived from different parts of Europe and the Mediterranean, separate synagogues reflected German, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and Levantine traditions. Buildings rose unusually high, because the restricted district offered little room to expand outward. Hebrew printing flourished. Scholars, doctors, and merchants helped make the Venetian ghetto one of the most important Jewish communities in early modern Europe. It was at once a place of cultural brilliance and state-enforced segregation. A very Venetian contradiction. Commerce welcomed difference. Government carefully controlled it. And while Venice managed the diversity inside its lagoon, the greatest danger to its empire remained outside it. The Ottoman Empire. By the middle of the 16th century, the Ottomans controlled Constantinople, much of the Balkans, large areas of the Middle East and North Africa, and some of the most important routes in the Eastern Mediterranean. For Venice, fighting them was frightening. Not fighting them was complicated, and trading with them was absolutely necessary. So Venice did all three, sometimes almost simultaneously. The crisis came in 1570 when Sultan Selim II launched an invasion of Cyprus. Venice had controlled the island since 1489. Cyprus produced valuable goods, including sugar, cotton, and wine, but its importance was also strategic. It lay deep within an eastern Mediterranean increasingly dominated by Ottoman power. Ottoman forces landed in enormous numbers. Nicosia fell in September 1570. The last major Venetian stronghold was Famagusta, commanded by Marcantonio Bragadin. The defenders resisted for almost a year. Artillery battered the fortifications. Supplies dwindled. Reinforcements failed to arrive in sufficient strength. Finally, in August 1571, Famagusta surrendered. What happened afterward became infamous in Venetian memory. Despite negotiated terms, Bragadin was subjected to prolonged torture and eventually killed after relations with the Ottoman commander Lala Mustafa Pasha collapsed. Venetian accounts transformed him into a martyr. Cyprus was lost. But while Famagusta had been fighting, Pope Pius V had assembled a Christian coalition known as the Holy League. Its principal forces came from Spain, Venice, and the Papal States, together with contingents from several Italian powers and the Knights of Malta. The Allied fleet gathered under Don John of Austria, the illegitimate half-brother of King Philip II of Spain. Venice provided a huge portion of the ships. Among its commanders was the fierce Venetian nobleman Sebastiano Venier, who was already in his 70s. On the 7th of October 1571, the Allied fleet encountered the Ottoman navy near Lepanto, off western Greece. What followed was one of the largest and bloodiest galley battles in history. Hundreds of vessels collided across the water. Cannon fired at close range. Soldiers boarded enemy ships. Archers, musketeers, and swordsmen fought across decks crowded with dead and wounded men. Venice contributed a particularly formidable new weapon. Enormous ships, known as galleasses, heavily armed platforms carrying substantial artillery. By the end of the day, the Ottoman fleet had suffered a devastating defeat. Dozens of its ships had been destroyed and more than 100 captured. Thousands of enslaved Christian rowers were freed. Across Catholic Europe, bells rang in celebration. Paintings, poems, and sermons transformed Lepanto into a legendary victory. For Venice, After the humiliation of losing Cyprus, it was an enormous emotional triumph. But victories do not always change strategic reality. The Ottoman navy was rebuilt remarkably quickly. Spain and Venice had different priorities. Venetian merchants needed access to Ottoman markets, and Venice could not afford an endless war. So, in 1573, only 2 years after Lepanto, the Republic made peace with the Sultan. Cyprus remained Ottoman. Venice paid compensation. The great victory had proven that Ottoman naval forces were not invincible. But it had not restored the Venetian Empire. And there, perhaps, lies the strange truth of Venice's long decline. It could still win spectacularly, but increasingly, even victory could not return the world to what it had been. Then nature joined the discussion. In 1575, plague returned. Venice had spent generations developing sophisticated systems of quarantine and public health. It maintained lazarettos, officials inspected arrivals, ships could be isolated, goods could be treated. None of it made the city invulnerable. The epidemic of 1575 to 1577 killed tens of thousands. Among its victims was the elderly painter Titian, who died in 1576. As the disease devastated the city, the Senate vowed to build a church if Venice were delivered from the epidemic. The result was the magnificent church of the Redentor, designed by Andrea Palladio on the island of Giudecca. When the plague subsided, Venetians celebrated deliverance with a procession across a temporary bridge of boats. The tradition survives today in the Festa del Redentore. Venice turned catastrophe into ritual. Again. The pattern repeated half a century later. In 1630, another devastating plague reached the lagoon. The government imposed restrictions and quarantines, but the disease spread. Homes were sealed, businesses closed, bodies accumulated. The population fell dramatically. Doge Niccolò Contarini vowed that if Venice were spared, a new church would be constructed in honour of the Virgin Mary. The epidemic eventually subsided in 1631 after killing tens of thousands. The promised church rose at the entrance to the Grand Canal, Santa Maria della Salute. With its enormous white dome standing where the Grand Canal meets the lagoon, it remains one of the most recognisable silhouettes in Venice. Even today, on the 21st of November, Venetians cross a temporary bridge to the Salute in commemoration of deliverance from the plague. The city remembers disease in architecture. It remembers survival in procession. And remarkably, in almost the same period in which Venice was mourning plague victims, it was revolutionizing entertainment. Opera had emerged around 1600 within elite Italian courts. It was expensive, elaborate, private. Then Venice looked at it and apparently asked the most Venetian question imaginable: could we sell tickets? In 1637, the Teatro San Cassiano staged L'Andromeda for a paying audience. It is generally regarded as the world's first public opera house. This changed the history of music. Opera no longer depended entirely upon princes inviting aristocratic guests into private palaces. A commercial theatre could sell performances to an audience. Other Venetian opera houses followed. Composers, singers, impresarios, scene designers and theatre owners competed for attention. Stage machinery created spectacular transformations. Gods descended, palaces vanished, seas appeared. Audiences gossiped, flirted, gambled, socialised, and occasionally even watched the opera. Venice had helped transform an aristocratic experiment into a commercial art form. By the 17th century, however, the Republic was preparing for another enormous war. This time, the battleground was Crete. Venice had controlled Crete, or Candia, as the colony was commonly called, since the aftermath of the Fourth Crusade. For centuries, it had been one of the foundations of Venetian power in the eastern Mediterranean. Then, in 1645, the Ottoman Empire invaded. Most of the island fell relatively quickly, but the capital, Candia, modern Heraklion, held out, and held out, and held out. The siege of Candia became one of the longest sieges in history. For more than 20 years, Ottoman forces surrounded the fortress while Venetian ships attempted to supply it. Engineers constructed mines beneath fortifications. Defenders dug countermines. Artillery battered walls that were repaired and battered again. Thousands died from battle and disease. European volunteers arrived to assist. France eventually sent troops. The struggle consumed money and lives on an extraordinary scale. By 1669, the situation was hopeless. Venetian commander Francesco Morosini negotiated surrender. After more than 2 decades of siege, Candia passed to the Ottomans. Most of Crete was gone. Another huge piece of the maritime empire had disappeared. Yet Francesco Morosini's story was not finished. In the 1680s, during another war against the Ottomans, he led successful Venetian campaigns in Greece. Venetian forces captured much of the Morea, or Peloponnese. For a moment, the old imperial energy seemed to return. Morosini became a hero, and eventually Doge. His campaign also produced one of history's more depressing moments of cultural destruction. In 1687, during the Venetian siege of Athens, Ottoman forces used the Parthenon as an ammunition store. A Venetian mortar shell struck it. The resulting explosion devastated the ancient building. The Parthenon had stood for more than 2,000 years, and Venice required just one evening to make some architectural adjustments. The Morea became Venetian territory, but not permanently. War resumed in the 18th century, and by the Treaty of Passarowitz in 1718, Venice had lost the Peloponnese again and retained only a much reduced collection of overseas possessions. The great Stato da Mar was fading. Crete, gone. Cyprus, gone. Most of Greece, gone. The eastern Mediterranean increasingly belonged to larger imperial powers. At this point, it becomes tempting to imagine 18th century Venice as an elderly aristocrat who has lost the family business but refuses to stop ordering champagne. There is some truth in the image, but not quite enough. Venice remained a functioning state. Its mainland territories were extensive. Manufacturing continued. Its merchant fleet still operated. The Republic even conducted successful naval operations against North African corsairs under Admiral Angelo Imo in the 1780s. The familiar image of 18th century Venice as simply exhausted and decadent owes much to later literary myth. The Republic retained meaningful political, financial, and military resources deep into the century. What had changed was Venice's position relative to the world around it. Britain, France, Austria, Russia, the Ottoman Empire. These states commanded populations, territories, and military resources on scales Venice could no longer match. The Atlantic economy had created new centres of wealth. Amsterdam and London had become new global commercial giants. But Venice remained wealthy. It remained beautiful. But it was no longer setting the rules. So it became famous for something else. Pleasure. By the 18th century, Venice had developed an almost irresistible reputation among European travellers. Young aristocrats undertaking the Grand Tour came to Italy to admire antiquity, study art, and complete their education. Many arrived in Venice and promptly decided that education could wait until after Carnival. Venetian Carnival had medieval origins, but by the 18th century it had become legendary. Masks offered anonymity in a society otherwise obsessed with status. The famous bauta, a white mask often worn with a dark cloak, allowed a person to move through public spaces with identity concealed. The moretta, a dark oval mask associated particularly with women, created an entirely different effect. Masks could be worn during surprisingly long portions of the year. Inside theatres, gambling houses, streets, and salons, anonymity loosened social rules. Nobles mixed with foreigners. Foreigners pretended to be nobles. People gambled money they did not possess. Affairs flourished. Rumours flourished considerably faster. St. Mark's Square filled with performers, musicians, acrobats, and visitors. There were regattas, public ceremonies, private parties, theatres, casinos known as ridotti, and coffee. Coffee had reached Venice through its connections with the Ottoman world and became wildly fashionable. By the 18th century, cafes surrounded St. Mark's Square. One of the most famous, Café Florian, opened in 1720. Men and women met there to talk, read, flirt, negotiate, observe, and be observed. Coffee houses became part of the social theatre of Venice. Paintings by artists such as Pietro Longhi preserve glimpses of this world. Masked figures, domestic scenes, fortune tellers, rhinoceroses displayed as curiosities, aristocrats, servants, lovers, and cafes. Meanwhile, Canaletto painted Venice with extraordinary architectural precision. His views became especially popular among foreign visitors, who bought them as luxurious souvenirs. Music was everywhere. Antonio Vivaldi, born in Venice in 1678, became one of the most celebrated composers of the Baroque era. The red-haired priest taught music at the Ospedale della Pietà, one of Venice's charitable institutions for girls. Its female musicians became famous throughout Europe. Visitors attended performances partly because they wanted to hear extraordinary music, and partly because mysterious talented women performing behind screens were excellent 18th century marketing. opera houses continued competing. In 1792, Venice opened a new theatre whose name now seems almost ominously appropriate. La Fenice, the Phoenix. A theatre named after the bird that rises from its own ashes. Venice would eventually need the metaphor. And then, of course, there was Giacomo Casanova. Born in Venice in 1725 to a theatrical family, Casanova tried a truly impressive number of careers. Clergyman, soldier, violinist, writer, gambler, diplomat, financier, occult enthusiast, professional nuisance, and, most famously, lover. His later memoirs immortalized the glittering, complicated social world of 18th century Europe. But his relationship with Venice was especially dramatic. In 1755, the Venetian authorities arrested him and imprisoned him beneath the lead-covered roof of the Doge's palace in cells known as the Piombi. The accusations surrounding him included irreligion, occult practices, and associations that alarmed the state inquisitors. 15 months later, Casanova did something wonderfully unhelpful to the government's reputation. He escaped. With another prisoner, he climbed through the roof structure, made his way through parts of the Doge's palace, and eventually persuaded someone to open a door for him. On the morning of the 1st of November 1756, Casanova walked out. He fled Venice and later turned the escape into one of the great episodes of his autobiography. Casanova became the perfect symbol of the Venice remembered by later generations. Elegant, intelligent, restless, sensual, slightly fraudulent, and always looking for the next party before somebody asks an inconvenient question. Yet outside the salons, another Europe was emerging. The Enlightenment questioned old political structures. Britain and France fought global wars. The American colonies declared independence. Then, in 1789, revolution erupted in France. A monarchy that had existed for centuries collapsed. A republic appeared. Europe went to war. And from that chaos emerged a young French general named Napoleon Bonaparte. In 1796, Napoleon invaded northern Italy. His armies defeated Austrian forces with astonishing speed. Venice attempted neutrality. It had survived for centuries, partly by understanding when not to join somebody else's war. But neutrality was becoming difficult when French and Austrian armies were marching through Venetian territory. Tensions grew. Rebellions and violence erupted on the mainland. French forces accused Venice of hostility. Napoleon demanded political change. The Republic had armies. It had ships. It had fortifications. But its leaders understood that resisting revolutionary France could bring bombardment, invasion, and destruction to the lagoon. And Venice was alone. No Byzantine emperor was coming. No Holy League was assembling. No great Venetian fleet was preparing to save the Republic. On the 12th of May 1797, the Great Council met for the last time. The final Doge was Ludovico Manin. He had never wanted to preside over the end of Venice, yet the decision before the government was terrible. Resist Napoleon and risk the city, or surrender the ancient constitution in the hope of saving Venice itself. the Great Council voted to transfer power to a provisional municipal government. The patrician republic was finished. Manin left the Doge's palace. Tradition later remembered him removing the distinctive ducal cap and remarking that he would no longer need it. Whether every famous final phrase attributed to that day was spoken exactly as later generations remembered hardly matters. The symbolism was devastating. The office of Doge had survived for roughly a millennium. It ended without a coronation, without a successor, without a grand final battle in St. Mark's Square. The machinery simply stopped. 3 days later, French troops entered Venice. Symbols of the old republic were removed. The Lion of St. Mark was attacked in public monuments. The great Bucintoro was destroyed. The grand gold-covered wooden ship that carried the Doge out to the Adriatic Sea during a grand annual ceremony of marriage of the sea, gone. Artworks and treasures were seized. The famous bronze horses of St. Mark, themselves taken from Constantinople centuries earlier, were carried away to Paris. History, apparently, possesses a sense of irony. Venice had once enriched itself by stripping Constantinople. Now another conqueror stripped Venice. And Napoleon was not even planning to keep the city. In October 1797, France and Austria signed the Treaty of Campo Formio. Venice and much of its territory were transferred to Austria. The city that had spent centuries preserving its independence between empires was exchanged between two of them as part of a diplomatic settlement. The Republic was gone. Imagine Venice that evening. The same canals remained. The same bells rang. Gondolas still moved across dark water. St. Mark's Basilica still glittered. The Doge's palace still stood beside the lagoon. People still opened shops, cooked dinners, argued with neighbours, and complained about prices. Physically, Venice had not vanished. That is what made the ending so strange. There was no burning city, no final earthquake, no wave swallowing St. Mark's Square. Venice remained exactly where it had been. But something that had existed for almost 1,000 years was suddenly absent. For generations, a Venetian could look at kings and emperors elsewhere and know that his city belonged to neither. The Republic was sovereign. Its councils governed. Its ambassadors negotiated. Its fleet sailed beneath the Lion of St. Mark. Its laws were its own. Now, that independence had ended. And yet the story of Venice had not, because by the time the Republic died, it had already created something that Napoleon could not abolish. A myth. Europe had fallen in love with Venice. Artists painted it. Writers dreamed about it. Travellers crossed mountains to see it. Its declining political power had strangely increased its romantic appeal. People did not come merely to see a great city. They came to see a beautiful civilization that seemed to be disappearing. Its fading palaces became more romantic because they faded. Its empty ceremonies became more mysterious because their original power was gone. Its canals reflected not only buildings, but memory. The maritime empire was disappearing, but another Venice was being born. The Venice of travellers, painters, poets, romantics, tourists. The Venice we still partly imagine today. So perhaps this was not quite the fall of Venice. It was the fall of La Serenissima. The city itself had survived invasions, plague, war, economic transformation, and the collapse of the world that had made it powerful. Now it would face an entirely different challenge. How does a city built to govern an empire survive after the empire is gone? The answer would carry Venice through Austrian occupation, revolution, Italian unification, industrialization, world wars, floods, and eventually into the extraordinary modern contradiction of a city so beloved that millions of people would threaten the very life they had travelled there to admire. But for one quiet evening in May 1797, none of that future was visible. The old Republic was finished. The lights of Venice reflected on the lagoon. The Lion of St. Mark had lost his state. And after more than 1,000 years, the most serene Republic fell silent. On the morning after the Republic of Venice ceased to exist, Venice was still there. The canals had not disappeared. St. Mark's Basilica still glittered beneath its domes. The bells still rang. Fishermen still crossed the lagoon. Shopkeepers lifted shutters. Priests opened churches. Families woke in rooms overlooking waterways where generations of their ancestors had lived beneath the winged lion of St. Mark. And yet, something fundamental had vanished. For approximately 1,000 years, Venice had governed itself. Its institutions had changed. Its borders had expanded and contracted. Doges had come and gone. Fleets had been destroyed and rebuilt. Plagues had emptied streets. Enemies had reached the lagoon. But Venice had remained Venice. Now, in 1797, it was a possession. First French, then Austrian, then French again, then Austrian again. For a city that had spent centuries negotiating between empires, being handed from one empire to another must have felt almost insulting. The Treaty of Campo Formio transferred Venice to Austria in October 1797. The Habsburgs took possession. Then Europe changed again. Napoleon defeated Austria at Austerlitz in 1805, and Venice became part of Napoleon's Kingdom of Italy. In 1814, after Napoleon's power collapsed, Austrian rule returned. The Congress of Vienna reorganized Europe the following year, and Venice became part of the Habsburg-controlled Kingdom of Lombardy, Venetia. The old Republic was not restored. There would be no new Doge. The Great Council would not reopen. The Lion of St. Mark was now a memory of sovereignty rather than its symbol. For Venice, the 19th century began with an identity crisis. It was still one of the most famous cities in Europe, but famous for what? It no longer controlled an empire. Its old trading system had been overtaken by larger commercial powers and new global routes. Its aristocracy had lost its political purpose. Its great ceremonial institutions belonged to another age. And increasingly, Europe began looking at Venice not as a dangerous commercial rival, but as something beautiful that had survived its own history, that changed the way outsiders saw the city. The 18th century Grand Tour had already brought wealthy European travellers to Venice for carnival, art, theatre, and pleasure. After the fall of the Republic, the attraction became more melancholic. Romanticism adored ruins. It adored lost civilizations. It adored moonlight, faded grandeur, doomed beauty, and preferably somebody standing beside the whole thing looking emotionally devastated. Venice was magnificent at this. Lord Byron arrived in Venice in 1816 and remained associated with the city for several years. He swam in its waters, had numerous love affairs, studied Armenian at the monastery on San Lazzaro degli Armeni, and wrote about Venice as a place where grandeur and decay seemed inseparable. Later came painters such as J.M.W. Turner, whose Venetian watercolours dissolved the city into luminous haze. John Ruskin arrived and became almost obsessively interested in Venetian architecture, eventually producing his monumental The Stones of Venice. Charles Dickens visited. Henry James wrote about it. Artists, poets, and wealthy travellers increasingly approached Venice as though they were visiting a dream. This was enormously important. The Republic had lost political power, but Venice was discovering another kind, cultural power. People wanted to see Venice precisely because nowhere else looked like it. That transformation accelerated in 1846. For more than 1,000 years, entering Venice had meant crossing water. Then engineers built a railway across the lagoon. The Trans-Lagoon Railway Bridge opened in 1846, physically connecting the city with the mainland rail network. A journey that once ended with transfer onto a boat could now carry passengers directly across the water toward Venice. It is difficult to exaggerate the symbolic importance of that bridge. The lagoon had protected Venice from armies. It had separated the city from mainland life. It had forced Venice to become maritime. Now a line of iron crossed it. Steam locomotives could enter the city. The modern world had arrived by rail. And almost immediately, the bridge became part of a war, because 2 years later, Venice rebelled. In 1848, revolution spread across Europe. Paris erupted. Vienna erupted. Milan rose against Austrian rule. Nationalist, liberal, and republican movements challenged the political order established after Napoleon. In Venice, the lawyer Daniele Manin emerged as one of the leading figures of resistance. Manin and the writer Niccolò Tommaseo had been imprisoned by the Austrian authorities. News of revolution in Vienna reached Venice in March 1848. Crowds demanded their release. On the 22nd of March, Austrian power in the city collapsed, and for the first time since 1797, Venice declared itself a republic again. The symbolism was irresistible. St. Mark's lion returned. Crowds celebrated. Manin became president of the new government. For a moment, history seemed to reverse. The old republic had risen from the lagoon. Except this was not truly a restoration of aristocratic Venice. The revolutionaries belonged to a different political world. They spoke the language of nationalism, constitutional government, and Italian independence rather than hereditary patrician rule. The question was no longer whether Venice could rebuild its old maritime empire. It was whether Venice belonged within a future Italian nation. For months, the answer remained uncertain. Venice initially agreed to unite with the Kingdom of Sardinia during the wider war against Austria. But after Piemontese forces suffered defeat and withdrew from the conflict, Venice found itself isolated again. Manin returned to power. Resistance continued. Austria surrounded the lagoon. The railway bridge that had symbolized modern connection now became part of the siege. Venice endured bombardment. Food became scarce. Disease spread. The city resisted through the summer of 1849, even after other revolutionary movements had collapsed. Finally, exhausted by hunger, military pressure, and cholera, Venice surrendered in August 1849. Manin went into exile. The brief Republic of St. Mark was over. Austria returned. But the idea of Italian unification did not disappear. Over the following decades, the Risorgimento, the movement for Italian unification, gradually transformed the peninsula. In 1861, the Kingdom of Italy was proclaimed under Victor Emmanuel II. Venice remained outside it. Not for long. In 1866, Italy allied with Prussia during war against Austria. Italian armies performed rather less magnificently than patriotic paintings might later suggest, but Prussia's victory forced Austria into negotiations. Under the Treaty of Vienna, the region of Veneto was transferred through France to the Kingdom of Italy, subject to consultation of the population. A plebiscite followed. Venice and Veneto joined Italy. After almost 70 years of French and Austrian domination, Venice was no longer independent. But it was no longer ruled from Vienna either. It had become Italian. And now another transformation began. The modern Italian state wanted Venice to function economically. The old city had extraordinary cultural prestige but serious practical problems. Its port facilities needed modernization. Industrial economies required railways, larger docks, and deeper channels. Tourism was expanding. The Lido, the 7-mile-long barrier island in the Venetian Lagoon, became increasingly fashionable as a seaside resort. Hotels opened. Steamships transported visitors. Photography allowed travellers to carry Venice home without commissioning a famous painter, which must have been devastating news for the 18th century souvenir painting industry. And gradually, the visitor changed. A trip to Venice no longer required being an aristocrat with several months to spare, 6 servants, and an alarming quantity of luggage. Railways made travel faster. Later, organised tourism made it easier still. Thomas Cook and other travel companies helped transform European travel during the 19th century. Venice became accessible to a growing middle class. The city that had once charged merchants for access to Eastern goods was beginning to make a living from people arriving simply to look at it. There was another reinvention underway too. In 1895, Venice hosted the first international art exhibition, the institution that would become the Venice Biennale. It brought contemporary artists and international visitors into the city, turning Venice into an important stage for modern culture rather than merely a museum of its own past. La Biennale traces its institutional origins to 1893, with the first international exhibition opening in 1895. This was a clever trick. Venice had spent the 19th century attracting people because of what it had once been. The Biennale gave people a reason to visit because of what was happening now. Then came the 20th century, and Venice began splitting into several different Venices at once. There was the historic island city. There was the fashionable Lido. There was the growing mainland settlement of Mestre. And there was an entirely new industrial landscape developing at Porto Marghera. In 1917, plans were formalized for a major industrial port on the mainland edge of the lagoon. The idea was ambitious. Instead of forcing modern factories, railway yards, fuel depots, and enormous industrial docks into the fragile historic city, heavy industry could develop across the water. Porto Marghera grew into one of Italy's major industrial zones associated with metallurgy, chemicals, petroleum, and manufacturing. The contrast was astonishing. On one side of the lagoon stood St. Mark's Basilica, Gothic palaces and narrow medieval streets. Across the water rose smokestacks, storage tanks, railway lines and factories. Ancient Venice and industrial modernity could see one another across the same lagoon. Thousands of people found employment on the mainland. Housing expanded around Mestre and Marghera. Over the following decades, this economic geography would help draw residents away from the historic centre. The city was no longer merely an island civilization. Venice was becoming a metropolitan system divided between water and land. Then, in 1922, Benito Mussolini and the fascist movement took power in Italy. The fascist period left its own marks upon Venice. Modern infrastructure expanded. In 1933, a road bridge opened beside the 19th century railway bridge, finally allowing motor vehicles to reach the edge of the historic city. Originally called the Ponte Littorio under fascism, it was renamed the Ponte della Libertà after the Second World War. Cars could now cross the lagoon. They could not go very far once they arrived, which remains one of Venice's finest acts of resistance against modern civilization. You may bring your motor vehicle. You may park it. Congratulations. Now walk. The fascist era also helped reshape Venice as an international spectacle. The Lido was promoted as a glamorous resort. Luxury hotels attracted wealthy visitors and celebrities. And in 1932, Venice hosted the first international film festival of its kind. The Venice Film Festival began on the terrace of the Hotel Excelsior on the Lido. Its creation was tied not only to culture, but to tourism, commercial interests, and the politics of fascist Italy. During the later 1930s, the regime increasingly attempted to use the festival for prestige and propaganda, while Nazi Germany became visibly involved as well. Yet the festival survived the dictatorship that helped shape its early years. Like Venice itself, it would acquire another life. Then came the Second World War. Italy entered the conflict in 1940 alongside Nazi Germany. Venice escaped the enormous destruction inflicted upon cities such as Milan, Genoa, Naples, and Dresden, although the wider Venetian industrial area and transport networks remained strategically important. After Mussolini fell in 1943 and Italy signed an armistice with the Allies, German forces occupied much of northern Italy. Fascist rule survived there temporarily through the Italian Social Republic. The war ended for Venice in 1945. Italy became a republic in 1946. And Venice entered the post-war age with an unusual problem. Everyone agreed that the city was precious. Increasingly, everybody also wanted to visit. The post-war decades brought economic growth, paid holidays, automobiles, commercial aviation, and mass tourism. International travel ceased being an experience reserved mainly for elites. Millions of ordinary Europeans and Americans could now travel abroad. Venice became one of the destinations everyone recognized. St. Mark's Square, gondolas, the Rialto Bridge, pigeons, masks, the Bridge of Sighs, canals, honeymoons, a city that required almost no introduction. Tourism brought enormous economic benefits. Hotels, restaurants, transport companies, guides, glassmakers, shops, and countless other businesses depended upon visitors. But something else was happening at the same time. Venetians were leaving the historic city. The reasons were complex. Jobs had moved toward the mainland. Modern apartments in Mestre and Marghera offered conveniences difficult to install in centuries-old buildings. Housing in Venice could be damp, expensive, and awkward. Car ownership made mainland living attractive. Raising children in a city where almost everything had to be moved by boat or handcart could be exhausting. Later, the expansion of tourism and short-term accommodation added further pressure to housing. The result was dramatic. The historic city that had once supported a much larger permanent population steadily emptied during the second half of the 20th century. The decline has continued into the 21st. By the end of 2024, municipal data placed the population of the historic centre at roughly 48,500 residents, compared with substantially higher levels in the post-war era. The decline continued during 2025. This created a strange inversion. For centuries, people had travelled to Venice because Venice contained things they needed: salt, silk, spices, ships, credit, printing, glass. Now people travelled to Venice because Venice itself was the product. And more visitors arrived each year. Before confronting that problem, however, Venice received another reminder that tourism was not the only threat. On the 4th of November 1966, an exceptional combination of high tides, winds, and weather conditions produced the catastrophic flood remembered as the Acqua Granda. Water rose to approximately 194 centimetres above the conventional local reference level. That's over 6 feet. It remains the highest tide measured in modern Venetian records. Homes, shops, and churches flooded. Works of art and archives were damaged. Fuel oil from tanks contaminated buildings and water. For hours, the city seemed frighteningly vulnerable. The disaster transformed international attitudes toward Venice. UNESCO launched a major international safeguarding campaign after the 1966 flood, bringing governments, institutions, and conservation specialists together to help protect the city's artistic heritage. It was a reminder of something that had been true since Chapter 1. Venice had never defeated nature. It had negotiated with it. The lagoon had protected Venice. The lagoon had enriched Venice. And the lagoon could still enter the sitting room whenever conditions became sufficiently rude. In 1987, Venice and its lagoon were inscribed together on UNESCO's World Heritage List. That detail matters. Not Venice alone, Venice and its lagoon. UNESCO recognized the city and its environment as one interconnected cultural and ecological system, the result of centuries of interaction between human engineering and an exceptionally fragile watery landscape. But the water kept rising. Venice naturally experiences aqua alta, periods when high tides flood the lowest parts of the city. St. Mark's Square is especially vulnerable. During the 20th and 21st centuries, relative sea level increased through a combination of global sea level rise and local subsidence. Major floods became symbols of a much larger problem. How do you protect a medieval city built almost at sea level in an era of climate change? Italy's most ambitious answer became MOSE, MOSE. The name is wonderfully appropriate. Moses, naturally, is the biblical figure associated with separating water. Officially, however, MOSE stands for Modulo Sperimentale Elettromeccanico, experimental electromechanical module. The system consists of 78 mobile gates arranged in 4 barriers across the 3 entrances connecting the Venetian Lagoon with the Adriatic Sea. Most of the time, the gates rest filled with water on the seabed. When an exceptionally high tide is predicted, compressed air empties the water from them. They rise, and temporarily, the lagoon can be separated from the sea. The project was enormous. Construction began in 2003. There were delays, escalating costs, engineering arguments, environmental concerns, and a major corruption scandal surrounding the project. For years, MOSE became almost a national symbol of infrastructure that seemed permanently about to be finished. Then, on the 3rd of October 2020, something remarkable happened. An actual high tide approached. The gates rose. The sea outside reached levels that would ordinarily have flooded low-lying Venice. Inside the lagoon, the water remained lower. St. Mark's Square stayed dry. For the first time during a real high-water event, MOSE had successfully protected Venice. It was an extraordinary engineering achievement, but not a magical ending. Rising seas create increasingly difficult questions. Closing the lagoon interferes with navigation and with the natural exchange of water between lagoon and Adriatic. Frequent closures could affect ecology and port activities. And if sea levels continue rising over coming decades, Venice may eventually need new strategies beyond those designed for the conditions of today. Once again, Venice finds itself doing what it has always done: engineering survival. Meanwhile, another kind of flood has filled the streets. People. Millions of visitors are drawn toward a city whose historic centre is extraordinarily small. Most want to see the same places. St. Mark's Square, the Basilica, the Doge's Palace, the Rialto, the Bridge of Sighs. A few routes absorb enormous numbers of pedestrians. At busy times, bridges clog. Vaporetti, Venice's public water buses, fill. Queues stretch around monuments. Shops once serving residents become souvenir stores. Apartments become holiday accommodation. The economy becomes increasingly oriented toward people who will leave again tomorrow. This produces an uncomfortable truth. Tourism helps keep Venice alive. Tourism can also make ordinary life in Venice harder. Without visitors, thousands of livelihoods would suffer. With too many visitors concentrated into too little space, the city risks becoming something resembling a stage set. A place staffed rather than inhabited. And that may be the most serious challenge Venice faces. Not merely whether its buildings survive, but whether a community survives inside them. Cruise ships became one of the most visible symbols of the debate. For years, enormous vessels sailed through the waters near the historic centre, creating surreal images of floating apartment blocks towering above church domes and palaces. Critics raised concerns about safety, environmental impact, wake action, and the appropriateness of such enormous vessels within the fragile lagoon. In 2021, the Italian government prohibited large ships from passing through the San Marco Basin and Giudecca Canal, declaring those urban waterways national monuments for the purposes of the restrictions and redirecting much traffic toward other facilities. UNESCO welcomed the continuing enforcement of that ban in its 2025 assessment of the World Heritage Site. Venice has experimented with managing day visitors too. In 2024, the city introduced a trial access contribution for certain day trippers on selected high-demand dates. The experiment expanded in subsequent years. During 2026, it applied on 60 selected days between the 3rd of April and the 26th of July, generally costing €5 for visitors who paid sufficiently far in advance and €10 for later payment with numerous exemptions. The 2026 trial has now finished. The municipality reported more than 679,000 paid vouchers during those 60 days and said preliminary figures suggested some reduction in the frequency of the most intense visitor peaks. Whether and how the system will operate in future years requires further municipal decisions. The idea itself is extraordinary when placed beside the rest of our story. In the Middle Ages, Venice tried to persuade foreigners to come because they brought merchandise. In the 21st century, Venice experiments with charging some foreigners because there are simply too many arriving at once. Success has become its own problem. UNESCO continues to watch the situation closely. In its 2025 decision on Venice and its lagoon, the World Heritage Committee welcomed progress in areas including flood protection and restrictions on large ships, but expressed serious concern about mass tourism, short-term rentals, development pressure, and climate change. It called for stronger tourism management and warned that without adequate action, these pressures could eventually threaten the integrity of the World Heritage property. And perhaps this is where the title of our story becomes complicated. The Rise and Fall of Venice. The rise is easy to see. Refugees enter a lagoon. Settlements grow. Merchants become sailors. Sailors become admirals. Trade becomes empire. The Lion of St. Mark spreads across the Mediterranean. The fall seems easy too. Ottoman expansion, Atlantic trade, lost colonies. Napoleon, 1797. The last Doge leaves his palace. The Republic disappears. Except Venice does not. That is the problem. Venice survives its own fall. It survives Austria. It survives revolution. It survives another Austrian occupation. It survives industrialization. It survives fascism. It survives war. It survives catastrophic flooding. It survives depopulation. It survives the arrival of millions upon millions of visitors. The city changes purpose again and again. A refuge becomes a port. The port becomes an empire. The empire becomes a cultural capital. The cultural capital becomes a destination. And now the destination is trying to remain a home. Perhaps Venice's history is therefore not a story of rise and fall at all. Perhaps it is a story of reinvention. Stand in Venice early in the morning before the busiest visitors arrive. Walk away from St. Mark's Square. Turn into one of the narrower streets of Cannaregio or Castello. You may hear shutters opening. A delivery boat pulling against a canal wall. Someone wheeling groceries across a bridge. Children heading towards school. Workers unloading boxes from a barge because in Venice even the delivery van must float. Laundry hangs above alleys. An elderly resident pauses to speak with a neighbour. Somebody walks a dog along a fondamenta, and the dog, presumably, remains completely unimpressed by UNESCO. This is not a dead city. Nor is it merely a museum. People still live here. They marry here, work here, argue here. Complain about tourists here. Complain about other Venetians here. Which is perhaps the strongest possible proof that a place remains alive. Then the visitors begin arriving. Trains cross the railway bridge opened under Austrian rule. Cars and buses cross the road bridge added during the fascist period. Aircraft descend toward Marco Polo Airport. Cruise passengers transfer from terminals farther from St. Mark's Basin. Vaporetti fill. Suitcases rattle over bridges. Cameras appear. Somebody discovers that Google Maps has absolutely no idea what to do with a Venetian alleyway and walks in a circle for 17 minutes. St. Mark's Square fills again. And somewhere beneath all of those footsteps lies almost 1,500 years of adaptation. The first communities came because the lagoon protected them. Medieval Venetians learned that the sea connected them to the world. Their descendants created institutions designed to stop individual rulers becoming too powerful. Merchants turned geography into wealth. Shipbuilders turned timber into fleets. Diplomats turned vulnerability into alliances. Artists turned wealth into beauty. Public health officials turned islands into quarantine stations. After political power faded, writers and painters turned decline into romance. Modern Venice turned history itself into an economy. And today, engineers raise barriers from the seabed while officials experiment with visitor management, conservationists restore buildings, residents fight to keep neighbourhoods alive, and scientists study a lagoon whose future is inseparable from a changing climate. The challenge is enormous, because saving Venice cannot mean simply freezing it. A preserved palace with nobody living nearby is not the same thing as a city. A church restored beautifully, but surrounded only by souvenir shops, does not preserve the society that built it. Venice has always changed, and its greatness came precisely from its ability to change. So the question facing modern Venice is not, how do we stop Venice from changing? It is, how do we allow Venice to change without losing the thing that makes it Venice? There may never be one answer. Perhaps there never has been. For 15 centuries, Venice has existed because people repeatedly solved problems that should probably have made the city impossible. Too much water? Build above it. No farmland? Trade? No roads? Build ships. Powerful neighbours? Negotiate. Plague? Quarantine? Changing trade routes? Manufacture? Lost empire? Become a cultural capital? Flooding? Raise 78 enormous metal gates from the seabed? Millions of tourists? Well, Venice is currently working on that one. Give it a moment. It has only been doing this for 1,500 years. And so we end where we began, with the lagoon. Before St. Mark, before the Doges, before Marco Polo, before Titian, before Casanova, before Napoleon, before railways, cameras, cruise ships, and entrance fees. There was water, mud, reeds, low islands, and people who looked at one of the least convenient places imaginable and decided to stay. Everything that followed grew from that decision. The palaces, the fleets, the markets, the paintings, the wars, the masks, the myths, the millions of footsteps now crossing its bridges every year. Venice rose because its people learned to live with the lagoon. The Republic fell when the world that had made its empire possible disappeared. But Venice itself? Venice simply changed the story. Perhaps that is why it remains so hypnotic. A normal ruined civilization leaves foundations in the earth. Venice left an entire city. You can still enter the Doge's palace. You can stand beneath the mosaics of St. Mark. You can cross the Rialto, where merchants once calculated fortunes. You can walk beside the arsenal, where fleets were built. You can enter the ghetto, where a word spread from Venice into languages around the world. You can visit churches raised in gratitude after plague. You can look across the lagoon toward the mainland factories of the 20th century. You can stand in St. Mark's Square while engineering barriers kilometres away hold back the Adriatic. Past and present do not merely sit beside one another here. They pile on top of each other. And beneath them all are wooden piles driven into mud by generations of people who refused to accept that this was an impossible place to build a future. Empires rose around Venice. Empires disappeared. The Republic became one of them. The tourists came. the waters continued rising and falling, and somehow, against the odds, the city remained. Not untouched, not unchanged, not safe, but alive. The Republic of Venice fell in 1797, but Venice did not.